Huh. So if can I be heard all over the room? Now I can. Okay. Okay. I think somebody must have done some magic. Okay. It's time to convene the meeting of the Urbana City Council Committee of the Whole, and Ms. Clerk, I'd like to ask you to call the roll, please.
Ms. Ammons?
Here.
Mr. Brown?
Here.
Mr. Jacobson?
Here?
Mr. Madigan?
Here.
Ms. Marlin? Here. Mr. Roberts?
Here.
Mr. Smythe?
Here.
Mayor Pressing?
Okay. I'd like to ask at this time if there are suggested additions to the agenda. Okay. Seeing none, I'd like to ask if there are any staff reports that should be given at this time. Okay. Seeing none, I would entertain a motion for approval of minutes of the previous meeting.
Second.
Discussion? All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. And now for public input at the Carol McCusick. Ms. McCusick, could you please give your name and address for the record? And you have 5 minutes.
Carol McCusick, 1907 North Cunningham. About the budget, the overviews that we have had from Bill DeJohnette, I feel that they haven't been satisfactory to for me to get an overview, sort of the largest categories with the proportions, like what the we looked at property tax, sales tax, state income tax, but you didn't have a feeling for on that side of the balance sheet, like what proportion of the total those were, and both sides of the balance sheet. And there's a booklet that you've been brandishing, kind of the council people have, but I didn't see that it was posted online. So people would probably want to look at that, posted online, the draft. It could be marked the draft. And one question that I'll have is about the budget for enabling democracy through electronic technology, I guess you would say. I wanted to try to show people how they could find the law that governs the comment to the city council from members of the public, the rules for that. So I'm going backwards from from this is it, but I'll go backwards so that a person can know how to get there from the home page. If they go to the government tab on the top bar of the home page, and then they go to the fourth item down on the left, the city clerk's office. There's some things posted. It's the public meetings ordinance. So I think that there's a couple of things that aren't exactly enforced the way that it's written, and it is a written law, so we can't go by any customs that conflict with the written law. And I also think that it needs to be written better in respect of a couple of things, and I think maybe I'll focus on that first, is that people do not know that they have a right to speak on it, or it should be made clear if they do have a right to speak uninterrupted for the 5 minutes. Like, they don't have to put up with or any questions or interruptions in their 5 minutes. That I think maybe needs to be spelled out. And an elaboration that could go with that is, like, sometimes, people would like to get an answer to a question, and they might ask a question, get an answer, and have something more to say after they got the answer. Well, every time that they wanted to speak again, they'd be sitting at this desk, but every time they wanted to speak again, I feel that the law does say that you need to be recognized by the presiding officer. However, let's say that the second time you spoke,
You have 1 minute, Ms. McCusick.
well, I've botched this. I haven't done this very well. But then, anyway, people know where to find this this rule. And the next thing I'm going to, in the last 5 minutes, I'm going to the, I'm in the last minute, I'm going to go to the place in the state law that it was made to be effective January 1st of 2011, that made Urbana make a rule under which people have a right to speak. But the actual provision says any person shall be permitted an opportunity to address public officials under the rules established and recorded by the public body. So it's only done, we only have a rule so far for the city council. I guess I'll stop there.
Thank you. Any comments or questions? Okay, thank you. Also have a request to speak from Clifford Singer. Please state your name and address for the record.
Clifford Singer, 412 West Iowa in Urbana. I'm a former member of the City Council, as some of you know, and Jim Leonard was my first physician when I came here to Urbana, which is a little pertinent to what I want to say. First, with respect to the situation with Carl, I see the city and Carl publicly talking past each other, Carl posting on its website that it has these wonderful things that it does for the city, which is for the community, which is quite correct, and Urbana perhaps not having directly talked to Carl to emphasize the differential impact on the city of the property tax change. I hope we don't end up with a lose-lose situation where you take Carl to court, they spend a lot of money defending themselves, you spend a lot of money attacking them, and we get the status quo ante. So I suggest a win-win situation, and the new Affordable Care Act allows for the possibility of insurance coverage for substance abuse. And I strongly encourage you to work with Dr. Leonard, who I know, I understand has had an interest in this historically, to develop a pilot program for Urbana that substantially reduces the problems of substance abuse, which impact negatively on Carl and on the city and on the school district. Second, the impact on other taxing bodies, which has been emphasized as being much more important than on Urbana. With respect to the township, I have long supported the idea of moving the assessor's office into the library and the supervisor's office into community development. With the decline in community development funds and home funds that you're seeing now, that would be easier to accommodate. And I think that it would, and if you look at your budget, you will find that you save more money doing that than it can cost the township in terms of tax loss from Carl. So I strongly encourage you to finally consider making that admittedly quite large conceptual leap, but very practical one. With respect to the schools, and you've all emphasized that it's the impact on the schools which is most important to the economic competitiveness of Urbana. My father actually hired the school teachers in Naperville when the population doubled, and that is, as we all know, the most important thing with respect to economic attractiveness of any school, of any city, is its school district. I would encourage you, and I know this is a big conceptual leap, to take the $800,000+ that you're putting into TIF 4 and reprogram that part of it that comes from the school district back to vocational training. The people who designed the TIF law left a loophole that you could drive a truck through that allowed for vocational training payments out of TIF into the school districts. The city budget used to have that in it, and now it doesn't. And this is, you as home rule body, and the only home rule body affected by this, have a special responsibility and a special opportunity to help the school district solve this problem, and there really is almost no other way to get that to happen. And I know this is a big conceptual leap for you, but I think it's what needs to be done. As an economist, the mayor will know that physical capital, labor supply, and human capital are the most important aspects of economic development. Finally, when it comes to economic development, I hope I never hear the words from any of you again, downward spiral. In fact, if you do, I say this with a smile, I'll come back and say, save it for the state legislature, or I'll come back and tell you why that's not the case. The impact, for example, of a 10% loss in property tax values for existing property is a simple calculation, gives about a 13% loss in the value of that property, resale value of that property. The market equilibrates, it'll be just as attractive place to live. The housing will be cheaper. The people like me who own housing in Urbana will take a hit, but life will go on. This city has been rated as one of the 10 best places in the country to live, as Ms. Tyler knows, for a variety of reasons: access to the university, fantastic school systems, and tree-lined streets, and the excellent job that the city council has done over the years on redevelopment in North Urbana. That's not going away. This will always be one of the 10 best places in the country to live, irrespective of whether you win or lose the Carl battle with the city. But again, don't have a battle.
You have 1 minute,
cooperative-
Mr. Singer.
have a cooperative arrangement with them. And finally, on the long-term benefit of the city, I've phrased this with Mr. Jacobson. I will email to you all an excerpt from this book, Allergy-Free Gardening. For those third of us who have allergies, presumably including at least one or two of you, and spring pollen allergies, there is a solution to that problem, and the solution lies in this wonderful book, and I will send it to you. Also, a way to make the city more attractive to our residents in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions?
Any questions or comments? I'll just have one request. You've covered a tremendous amount of ground. Could you possibly put that in a, written document? Don't necessarily polish it, because take the time to do that, but just in note form, so that we have the ability to reflect on your, each of us have the ability to reflect on the various points you've raised.
Of course I will, and since I do public policy in Washington, I know you have to put it on one page. I will do so and email it to you.
Yes, 1 page of bullet points. That would be wonderful. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, I think those are the only speaking requests I have for this period. The other requests I have are at the time that the item is presented. So we'll close public input now, and we'll move to council discussion. And the first item for council discussion, which perhaps may be discussed together, ordinance number 2013-04-038, an ordinance amending Urbana City Code Chapter 24, Section 2438, Building, Sewers, and Connections, and an ordinance number 2013-04-039, an ordinance repealing ordinance number 2013-02-016, and establishing a cost reimbursement policy for repair of illegal connections of private sanitary sewers laterals to the storm sewer system. So we do have two individuals.
I'm sorry, can I have a point of order just for
Yes.
a second? I'd like to move to separate those two out and have them discussed separately.
Is there any objection to that? Okay, so we'll first discuss
Yeah.
2013-04-038, ordinance amending Urbana City Code Chapter 24, Section 2438. And I have, and Mr. Gray, I do have two requests to speak at this time. Would you like to speak before or after Mr. Gray's?
Usually.
Okay, Mr. Gray, you have the floor. Thank
Mr.
you.
Chair, if I could, I do have a staff report, and I was asleep at the switch, I guess, when this came on the agenda. If I could speak to a staff report.
Oh, yes, certainly. Thank you.
Appreciate it. The cities and university and MTD have been meeting for the last month and putting together what's called a Tiger Grant application. And this is a nationwide competition for funds, $474 million nationwide. It's administered by the Department of Transportation, and we're making an application for public transportation improvements and highway improvements. And the deadline, it's a tight turnaround. It's June 3rd deadline. So I've taken the liberty of drafting a letter for the mayor to support the project, but let me give you a real short version of what it's like. To back up, back in October 2011, Libby, Tyler, and I talked to the council about a similar grant applications called Very Small Starts, where there would be improvements to various streets in Urbana, particularly Green Street. This is kind of taking off on that Very Small Starts application, but it's a different process. So basically, we're looking at street improvements in Champaign and White Street, Armory on campus, Wright Street, and then Green Street. And Green, I'm talking about between Lincoln and Wright Street for the most part. And basically, although we're looking at enhancing MTD transit-related improvements, there's also street or complete street improvements, which for Green Street and Urbana would include bike lanes, a bus-only lane, a vehicular lane, of course, and this would be in that stretch between Wright and Green Street. The grant total amount is about $28 million, although locally we've been able to more than cobble together about $16 million between the cities, MTD, and the university. So the Tiger Grant request or ask is around $13 or so million. The Urbana portion, though, all that we could commit was literally dollars in our CIP, which you'll see later tonight, for resurfacing work that we have targeted on that stretch of Green Street. And that was it. That was the only request or contribution that we made. So the other agencies are obviously able to have, because of what's in their CIP, a lot more dollars. So I'm sorry, the application is still in draft form. When it's done and submitted, I'll certainly email it to you as a council packet item. But I wanted to let you know that we are part of this Tiger Grant application, which includes Green Street between Wright and Lincoln. And it would be in a complete street model of trying to better accommodate all modes of transportation in that corridor. If there's more questions, I'd be happy to answer it. I'm sorry I don't have more information, but I want to at least let you know, particularly if this is written up later on after our application, because the deadline is June 3rd.
Thank you. Are there questions or comments for Mr. Gray? Yes,
Just
Mr.
one,
Roberts.
Just one. And so, Bill, whatever is suggested for Green Street there on the university campus area between Wright and Lincoln, I guess it would be, also includes the suggestions from the wayfinding committee. I mean, are some of those aspects going to be included in this? Or is it just strictly going to be pavement?
I would say there would be no wayfinding and signage components, at least at this time. Now, if that's something we want to add later, that's fine, but at this point, no.
It's not part of this program. Okay.
Any further questions or comments on this item? Okay, thank you very much. No problem. So now we're going to move to Sewers and Connections, and we do have two individuals who wish to speak on this item at this time. We have Reverend Evelyn Underwood. Oh, yes, you're up. No problem. I probably didn't speak forcefully enough.
Excuse me, my name is Evelyn Underwood, 1309 West Tremont Street in Urbana. And first of all, I want to speak to option 3, and that's the option that before Mr. Robert Lewis left the city council was about to vote on that. And when 2 contractors came, businessmen, contractors, sewer contractors came to the city council and protested, saying that if the city would take over paying for tearing up the streets and the sidewalk, that they would lose money. The city council decided not to vote that night, said they would consider their perspective. At that time, I took my time, my 5 minutes, asking Alderman Robert Lewis a question, saying, Mr. Lewis, what do you think about this? He said, oh, well, they'll consider this, and of course, they'll come back and vote. We've been dealing with this for 10 or 12 weeks by that time. But of course, they came back and, like I told the people that I talked to all this weekend, backpedaled and decided that they wouldn't vote on it. So I am for option 3, where the city would pay to tear up their streets and the sidewalks. Additionally, there are many people that I talked to this weekend who have the main located on their front yard, their personal property, not on the city's property, but their personal property on the west and the north side in Dr. Ellis subdivision. And they are interested in putting shelters there because of all the tornadoes. Well, they don't think they can do that because the main is in the way. I said, well, maybe it's time for you to go to the city and have them move of that main off of your personal property and put it on their property. So I'm asking procedurally, how could they get y'all to do that? Maybe Mr. Gray would know how they can do that. Did I use my 5 minutes up yet? Okay. Additionally, Ms., I'm going to ask you, our Ward 3 person. There were a lot of people that asked me while I was going around, and probably other people who might speak tonight, or I'm not sure they'll speak, who was going around in Dr. Ellis subdivision. They're trying to understand why, when we come to the city from Ward 3, Dr. Ellis specifically, seemingly they don't want to do anything for us as it relates to our concerns. But anyone else can come and they'll listen to them or ask them to, put this in the form of bullet points or something. So what is wrong with Dr. Ellis subdivision and the people in Ward 3? So those are my questions. I don't know if you want to answer it. Since you're our representative now, Mrs. Amron.
Certainly.
And maybe I can go back, and maybe they're listening on television tonight, because a lot of people are listening, and they are not happy campers over there.
I think as far as the location of the main on private property is certainly out of my league. And as far as the city services to Ward 3, unfortunately, I'm so new representing Ward 3, I would have to move that question to council members who've been here longer than me, because I can't answer that question. I am interested, though, in the city council, and I think many of us are interested in us coming up with a solution that actually meets the needs of the residents in Ward 3. And if somebody else in Ward 2 had a similar problem as Ward 3, that we would be responsive to that issue. And so I think we are going to hammer it out tonight so that we can address that question.
Well, the big thing is a lot of people, and I hope they try to find out, will they be able to, will the city move that main off of their property if, in fact, they want to build a shelter in their front yard, because the main is in the way. There are several people, they showed me, where the main is, that thing is on their property. Some in their driveway and on their personal property, not on the city side, but on their side.
Mr. Gray, would you like to address these issues?
Yes. I think for someone that wants to build a shelter underground on their property, it would probably be on a case-by-case basis that we would want to look at that. If there is a sanitary sewer or a storm sewer that's in an easement on personal property, I would think that we could work with that property owner. Community development representatives and I could look into that and see that there could be an appropriate location. I know many times sewers are located near a side yard lot line or a rear yard lot line within an easement, and many times that easement may be only 5 feet on a property line, and typically building codes require that structures are built at least 5 feet or more, what's called a setback from that property line. So there may not be an issue at all, but I think to answer it appropriately, if there are people in the audience or at home that are interested in a tornado shelter and they're concerned there may be a conflict with underground sewer, to contact my office, and we'd be happy to work with them to find an appropriate location, follow the appropriate building codes in the Community Development Department. I would think that we could work something out on someone's property and not have to move the sewer.
Additionally, they were saying too, as about the fact that when the people had to come across the street and tear up their property in order to fix the sewer. One example was on our street, tearing up their flowers and all. That shouldn't happen. And they had to get permission. And I said, well, you shouldn't have to get permission. Well, they said, the city said they had to get permission to come on their property. So it's a lot of things going on with the sewer problem that the city is not handling. That's what the people are saying to me when I went out this weekend.
Any further comment or question? Yes, I'm sorry, Mr.
I'd be
Gray.
happy to talk to you afterwards for more detail, but in general, when there's an easement or an encumbrance on any private property, and it could be a utility company, it could be a sewer situation, unfortunately, there may be a time when you have to do a repair, although many repairs the city does are done within the sewer pipe, so we try to avoid digging up property. But sometimes, unfortunately, there may be a garden, there may be a shed, there may be something in an obstruction to do the repair. City crews or city contractors work carefully with those property owners. We typically try to restore in kind and make things the way they were prior to. We're not perfect, but that's just one of the unfortunate cases. Doesn't happen often, but does happen where we may have to do repair on private property with an easement that may impact a yard. So if there's something to take away from this discussion, I would say that property owners, if there are easements on your property, don't plant trees or put sheds, or if you're doing a garden, keep in mind that it may be possible that sewer may have to be dug up someday. And for that season, you may not have the vegetables or what have you. That could happen. But we always try to make whatever is repaired or damaged, we try to put back in kind.
No, for an example, the example that I'm talking about is, this one example is when this gentleman, he had to do it. And the contractor, not the city, but the private contractor, had to tear up the property across the street. And other people are saying if these private contractors, futuristic, if the city does not take over, these private contractors will be tearing up streets in the future. And the people will have to go along with this. Right? If the city does not take over. So our people will have to go along with this in the future like they had in the past unless the city takes over. They will be forced to, is that correct?
Any work within public right-of-way is always inspected by our inspectors. And if there's public sewers involved on private property, all that work is inspected by our inspectors.
But you didn't answer my question. I said in the future, as in the past, if those private contractors do that work, the people will have to give the permission for them to go and tear up the property. And if the city does not take over, then they will have to give permission for these private people to come over and do it, right? Not.
I'm not following, so.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's okay.
Mr.
I think the
Roberts.
people at home understand what I said.
I think that there's a confusion between what's an easement, which is not really private property anymore. It allows the city to, or contractors or the city to come in and maintain public facilities. So certainly there's a difference between your private property and what is an easement for utility. And the easement is allowed so that the utility can be repaired.
Okay. The other person who wishes to speak at this time is Bishop King James Underwood. Thank you. Please state your name and address for the record, and you have 5 minutes.
My name is Bishop King James Underwood, and I live at 1309 West Tremont Street in Urbana. And my concern is far greater than some of the things that has been already said, and I won't repeat what has been said. But I'm talking to you as city council and city leaders. You're supposed to look out for the good of the city of Urbana, and not just for a select people. And we'll talk to you about the situation that we have homeowners that are on a fixed income, and you levy taxes and add taxes and more taxes, and these people's income do not increase. Pretty soon you're going to force the older people that's on a fixed income not to be able to live in their homes. And the thing I'm saying to you today is that one tax after another. Yes, we pay the storm sewer, which is a runoff. That's a new tax been added to us. Then we have the sewer tax. Yeah, I can go on and on. Every tax it is, and then when you give those contractors liberty to do what they want to do, then every time the garbage haulers get an increase from the city for a tax, guess who pay the bill? The people on the route that's paying for the service they added to your bill. So we have been taxed, and I can look and see that you're looking out for the contractors because they want more money. You don't care whether we pay more money or not as long as you don't have to pay it. And I don't think that's right, and I think you should be thinking and looking out for the welfare of the people of the city of Urbana. And I hope that you would take this in consideration because we have a lot of elderly people and Dr. Ellis who are on fixed income who are trying to make the ends meet, and they are trying to maintain their homes and live in their homes and not in a nursing home. If they go to the nursing facility, then the city and the people that pay taxes going to have to pick up the tab when those people would have not been in that position. Please consider, as you consider all these things, and when you fix it so that it's impossible for them to live in an area, then you are hurting yourself because all these people are paying taxes and they are trying to make the city of Urbana a better place. Thank you for your concern.
Thank you. Any comments or questions for Bishop Underwood? Okay, thank you. Okay, and now we'll move on to the item in question, ordinance 2013-04-038.
Question for Bill.
Floor is open. Yes, Mr. Smythe.
Bill, could you clarify why we have two ordinances here? It struck me that the second ordinance was needed if we repealed parts of the first via the first ordinance. Is that correct?
Yes.
So if we do nothing The second ordinance is not needed. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. If we amend the existing ordinance, the second ordinance is not needed either, right? Depending on how we amend
If
it.
it doesn't conflict with.
Doesn't
what's on the
conflict with,
books.
right,
Yeah.
okay, thank you.
Ms. Ammons?
I tried to figure out this earlier today, and I think I may have figured it out, and maybe need a little clarification on it. The sewer benefit tax that everybody in Urbana pays, it pays for, it says capital improvement projects of the city for the fund, and that is directly for the sewer benefit. Is that right? And what we do in reimbursement is just about 0.03% of what's actually collected. Do I have that correct?
What may be helpful is if we go to page 7 of the capital improvement plan,
Wait a minute.
and page 7 is titled Sanitary Sewer Utility. And for FY 13-14, there's projected revenue of $1.305 million. There's a list of expenditures. A large portion of those expenditures do go for salaries, materials, equipment, smaller contracts. There's also a large amount of money, $400,000, that goes towards sewer rehabilitation, replacement expenses, and there's a list of other programs. Some of those programs include, we do reimburse for illegal connection. We do reimburse for sewer lateral reimbursement, which is the very program we're talking about now. We do reimburse for overhead sewer reimbursement program, private to public sewer ownership program. So there's like 4 programs that we help homeowners with costs, and we've been doing that for several years now. So,
And can you give me the short version of the difference between those 4 programs?
yes, I'll try to. The illegal connection is, let's just say for some reason a sanitary sewer lateral for some reason is connected to a storm sewer. I mean, it's an EPA, it's a violation. You're taking sewage or wastewater discharging into a river or a stream. So those are very infrequent, but if they happen, we do have a program to help defray that cost by the homeowner. The overhead sewer program is a popular program. I shouldn't use the word popular. It's a program to help homeowners that may have sewage that may back up in their basement, particularly in heavy rain events. And to help mitigate that, you can put in a pump system and literally eject out that sewage or that waste from the home via pump into the public sanitary sewer, and it then virtually prohibits any kind of backup in the future. And that's a way that we can help. We do cost share on that program. So if a homeowner has sewage back up in their basement, we would come out and help identify the cause and the problem. And many times the solution to prevent that from happening is an overhead sewer. Okay. Then is the private to public sewer ownership program. There's mostly in the west part of Urbana, there are private sewers that have multiple homes connected to it. And if there's a breakdown in that sewer line, a lot of times there's finger pointing as to who's responsible to fix that situation, because there's 2 or more property owners that tie into a long sewer lateral. For whatever reason, initially when the city was built in the early 1900s, there was maybe a public sewer every other block. So you can picture sewers going between side yards and whatever to find their way off to the street that had a public sewer. What this program does is this. Once we're aware of a sewer lateral that's behaving like a public sewer because it's serving more than one home, we'll work with those property owners and try to upgrade the sewer, adding manholes, reconnections, what have you, and ultimately convert that sewer lateral appropriately to a public sewer. There's an expenditure involved. This program helps to do that. Again, there's not many such projects each year, But if there are homeowners that have this issue, this program really helps that situation to convert that sewer lateral into a public sewer and then shorten the lateral lengths for some homeowner. It could be hundreds of feet long, for example, especially if it's breaking down. It could be very expensive. And then, oh, that's it. Those are the four.
And then under here, there's a sewer repairs, replacement, and rehabilitation fund, which is for what?
Okay, that's public sewers now, and every year we may have anywhere from a point repair. We televise miles of sewers every year as part of our maintenance. Okay, sorry, this mic here is, and there may be a offset or a collapse or a badly cracked pipe where we may have to dig up and replace like a 5 or 10 foot section. That's what we call a point repair. There may be a sewer that has lots of open joints, lots of roots penetrating, maybe cracks also, where the best solution is from manhole to literally internally line that sewer. It's a cast in place process, slip lining process, and it's a non-intrusive type process, so we're not digging up properties, digging up streets. We literally work from manhole to manhole.
Okay.
And that is a very highly used program in Urbana to take care of problem sanitary sewers that are just 80, 90, 100 years old. And so we do a lot of that work. In fact, we're about to go out for bid later this summer to do another portion. In the CIP, we actually list many areas of where we've done this work and the sanitary sewer rehab work. And then sometimes there may be a property for some reason that isn't served by a sewer, and our sewer benefit tax is a program that will also make sure that we have access of a public sewer to a property in Urbana. We certainly, if there's a property in Urbana that's still on a private septic system, we want to get them off that septic system. Once in a while we find these. So we will work and engineer out an extension of a sanitary sewer to serve that property or properties. So those are examples of what this money is used for.
So is there a reason why this issue in Ellis would not fall under the repair, rehabilitation, and replacement fund?
This line item is for public sewer, sanitary sewers.
So those are not
The
public.
Ellis discussion we're having tonight is for the sewer lateral reimbursement program. That money, which is $42,000, currently is budgeted $42,000. That's the line item we use. So like just a couple weeks ago, I did a reimbursement for someone that had a lateral repair in the right-of-way. And we code it to that line item for that $42,000.
So the only difference is that the laterals have been defined as private as opposed to
Correct.
the pipe being defined as public.
That's correct. The word lateral is synonymous with private.
I got it. Got it.
Okay. Further, or no,
Do you
excuse
want me
me.
to finish out those
Oh,
last two
oh.
items, maybe
Oh,
just
yes,
for new
yes.
council members? I
sure.
realize this is a lot to take in, but the sewer database is a sewer program that we have that helps us manage the sewer system. And there's a maintenance fee every year to do that, and it's like a GIS system. And all the televising we do, we just drop in, and it really helps our engineers in identifying and problem shoot and troubleshoot. And it's a forever log of information that we have of all our sewers. If you have trouble sleeping at night, we'd be happy to come over and give you a disc, and you can just look at miles of pipe, you know. The last item is actually an important item, and it's a set-aside, but the plans are done, the easements are secured, and if and when we ever decide to build an $8 million lift station to serve about 2,000 acres in East and South Urbana, this is that next layer of possible development east of High Cross Road and south of Windsor Road. We have a plan in place with the sanitary district to build a large pump station, which is on High Cross Road, north of Windsor Road, and then we would slowly but surely build out interceptor sewers, the larger pipes, and then eventually collector sewers to serve any growth and development that occurs. Technically, we can't serve, granted development hasn't been large lately, but if and when development would occur, east of High Cross Road, south of Interstate 74, south of Windsor, over to, say, Race Street. It's kind of an L-shaped area. That's many, many acres. This pump station would then collect all that sewage. And this literally avoids building a new treatment plant, if you can believe that. And then we'll pump it, and a 3-foot diameter sewer, force main now, under pressure, literally uphill to the wastewater treatment plant that's on East University Avenue by Ambucks Park. So the plans are done, but we put it on hold. But the point is, there are some costs because we would get an EPA loan is the ideal point, and there would be expenses that we would incur to pay the debt service. In addition to development, developers would pay their portion too to help defray that cost, but the SBT would have to help with that debt service if we ever received a loan from the EPA. So that's what that's all about.
Further questions or comments from council? I do have another slip which came up during this discussion, and individual would like to speak now. And the and I guess I also, yes, there are more slips coming up. And I think I saw one in the audience in somebody's hand, but in any case, I'll just deal with the ones that come up here. So Shirley Hersey.
And I live at 1309 Ellis Drive in Urbana. And I do want to tell you that sewers do back up in my basement. And I've had Schoonover to come over several times and pump it out. It's come up in my bathtub. And I have tried to explain to you that if the man had put the sewage in correctly and you all had inspected it correctly, then we wouldn't be having all these problems. So to me, it's your fault. Because, you know, you're supposed to have inspectors to go out and check his work. And if it's incorrect, then you should make him correct it. That's just the way that is. And you know, I hate to always be up here complaining, but what I'm trying to tell you is that if the man had a proper building permit, then your inspectors have to go and inspect and see to it that everything is put in a proper perspective. And as far as gas companies and things like that, gas was seeping up through my yard. And the gas company came out there and they repaired it. They did fix they planted new grass. Took it 2 years to grow, but they planted new grass. They did what they were supposed to do. And we can't depend on our city, who we pay a lot of taxes to do anything for us. Because I remember before my husband was on the city council, when Don Harlow was there, he used to tell us, well, they're not going to pay me any attention if I tell them anything about the North End anyway, up there, up in the North Urbana. He said they're not going to pay me no attention. So my husband ran for city council. And then after he ran, Mr. Donaldson ran. So they could try to get things straightened out. But, you know, you just have people just anti-everything. They're anti. They will not, they'll go along with the rich Caucasian men, but they don't go along with anything that's black. And I really just kind of have to give up on you guys, because you're out there.
Ms. Marlin.
I would like to encourage people, if you haven't gotten a copy of the capital improvement plan for this year, to get hold of it and look on page 26 and 27. And it will have a map of all the sewer projects which have been completed since 1981. That's on page 27. And on page 26, it shows proposed sewer projects. So just as a point of information and in response to this lady's comments, I would like to point out that in the Dr. Ellis subdivision and in that area, in the last 20 years, there have been projects, but these are long-term infrastructure improvements. So you're looking at improvements on Beardsley, Eureka, Tremont, Eads Beach, Dublin, parts of Matthews, Goodwin, and Ellis Drive is not there yet, but it may be. And then for this year, there's planned improvement on another section of Matthews Avenue. So the public dollars are being spent in that neighborhood the same way they're being spent in other neighborhoods around the city.
Okay, okay. Next item of public input. Reverend Melinda Carr wishes to have a statement read on this issue. And the statement is, continue to support an equitable solution for the residents of the Dr. Ellis subdivision that will not create further financial burden upon the residents. And that's all of the public comment slips that I have. Yes, Miss Reverend Carr. Oh, yes, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, excuse me, that is there. Reverend Melinda Carr on behalf of the Ministerial Alliance of Champaign-Urbana and vicinity. Thank you for pointing that out. Okay. That's all the public comments I have on this item, or indeed on anything. Oh, no, not on anything. Excuse me. There is one later. Any further motions or comment or on this issue? Mr. Smythe.
Okay. I'd like to find an equitable solution that applies to everyone who pays into the sewer benefit tax. The problem with option 3 as it's currently set up is that it only benefits a handful of people with very specific concerns. And in fact, it takes away one of the reimbursement programs that has been quite successful, which is, if you voluntarily have to tear up or do some work in the right-of-way, we would lose that program. So what I'd like to do is, I'll read what I've got some extra copies here. Here's what I wrote down. In order to provide equity to all property owners, a mechanism that provides benefit to all is needed, not just those affected by a specific type of problem in the right-of-way. This is needed because only a subset of laterals in the right-of-way, and those occur to a different degree. We have at least 35% of the laterals are in backyards and that sort of thing. I would suggest that we direct staff to develop a program that allocates an additional up to amount, I'm suggesting $3,000, to any property owner with unexpected costs that go beyond a $6,000 total. This additional sum would be to cover costs in excess of $6,000 and would be predicated on the property owner using available non-destructive techniques such as pipe bursting, sewer lining, and similar. In other words, they have to tear up, they have to do extensive work above and beyond the typical expense of repairing property's sewer lateral. The Director of Public Works or a designee would be the administrator of this additional reimbursement, much as we do the current $4,500 reimbursement. So this would be an add-on to the existing $4,500 program, and it would apply to anyone with a sewer lateral issue, regardless of where it occurs when it exceeds a certain point. It is sort of an insurance, a self-insurance program. I asked staff to look at the motion is to direct staff to look at this because I'm not sure what the cost implications are of adding another amount like this. I'm not sure how many cases there would be. We'd have to develop some scenarios. It may be that it's a wash. It may be a small increase in the sewer benefit tax, but like I said, this would, in the way I've tried to phrase it, benefit anyone with extraordinary expenses in trying to repair a sewer lateral.
Mr. Roberts.
Okay, so I appreciate that attempt to try to redefine perhaps the services that we're providing to the community. I wasn't really as sold on the option number 3 because it seemed to define the kinds of problems in very specific terms, and it didn't include perhaps every problem that could occur for a person who had a failed pipe that ran under the street and needed assistance in repairing the street. And I think, and I don't have the original document before me, but I know that the creation of a sinkhole was one of them, and there were 2 other instances. I felt that that was maybe just, those are 3 instances that could happen, but there are probably 5 that might. And so, I figure why limit it to specified, specific problems? Make it more universal so it helps more people. I'd like to get, Charlie, your comment in the piece of paper that you just shared with us says that this additional help would be predicated by the property owner using certain non-destructive techniques of pipe bursting, sewer lining, and similar. And I'm wondering if there isn't going to be a problem. You won't be able to line a pipe if it's collapsed. I think you're going to have to dig it out. So that's a limitation that I can't see putting into this ordinance. And I'm not remembering well enough what pipe bursting is. I wonder if Bill Gray could explain what pipe bursting is. Is this when you're sending a rush of water in through the line to clean it out?
I left out an important part there. You're right. And it was supposed to be, and I typed this up. I had this thought at literally at 4:30 today.
Okay.
It finally came to me how to do this.
This is a work in
That
progress.
sentence should say, be predicated on the property owner using available non-destructive techniques of pipe bursting, sewer lining, and similar when feasible. That's a real important. That's real important.
All right. Well, okay, that's an important clause that I can
Yes.
appreciate putting in there.
Yes, that should be added there. Yes,
And-
because, yes, there are going to be situations where you can't do these things,
You're gonna have to
and those
excavate.
are going to be the ones that generate the extraordinary expenses.
That's correct, because the other ones are non-intrusive, and what we're looking at is the intrusive ones. Well, Bill, can you tell me what pipe bursting is? I can't remember.
First of all, pipe bursting is not performed by many contractors in this area, but the technique is literally the insertion of a device that would expand or burst or break the existing host pipe, the existing pipe, expand it, and behind it you would pull in or pull in a similar diameter pipe behind it. So it's kind of a lining process, but it's to keep the diameter the same. The pipe may be in different states of collapse or lots of cracking or bad joints. There are some risks with it too, and maybe less so with a sewer lateral, which is usually a 4-inch or 6-inch diameter pipe. But in public sewers, in an urbanized area, if you can picture underground, all the other types of utilities that are around, there has to be a lot of care doing, because there's a large force emanating out from this area. And let's just say you have a 3/4 inch or 1-inch copper, water line feeding your house. You might sever it or a gas line over. So there's concern about its practicality in an urbanized area with lots of other utilities in close proximity. But for this application, there could be those possibilities, but it's literally a breaking and an expanding with a large head that's very powerful of that pipe, and you pull in behind it a hose pipe.
So what you're doing is basically you're giving the pipe a stint. It'll be like if you're doing an artery expansion thing during a blood clot. You'd be putting in a stent in the pipe and lining it to some degree.
But you're pulling in a new pipe, if you will,
along with it,
an HDPE pipe behind it, right?
Okay.
Right.
And I know that we've done the fiber lining of pipes, certainly in the East Urbana neighborhood, and it's been pretty successful, and it's it's a real good program to start. So whatever result we get, and I guess we maybe don't have the final pegged tonight. I wouldn't want to go with number 3. I think because it just limits it to certain specific kinds of failures, and I think we need to consider all the failures that could occur, which would require street repair and excavation. The addition of 3,000 K to a property owner that has extreme expenses due to the length of the pipe or whatever, I'm willing to consider that. I think maybe that was the solution that I was hoping we might discover, just to give more general help to people if needed, based on really their income value, their ability to pay. So,
I think Ms. Ammons was the next person who looked as though she wanted to speak.
Okay, so just for me to recap, because I'm so new and so late in this conversation, what I do understand is that there's a certain amount of money put aside to reimburse homeowners if they have issues with their lateral. If the pipe, how do we know, first and foremost, he said there's a specific subset of laterals in the right-of-way. Do we know how many actually are in the right-of-way? That's one question. And the second one is the concern about, and I've experienced this because I've had to do it. It was in my backyard, and I would have liked to have gotten some of that $6,000 back, but I didn't have any way to do that. And I was lucky that I was able to pay for it. If I was unemployed, retired, I couldn't even see the $6,000, less known $9,000. So the question really becomes, if the lateral goes beyond my yard into the sidewalk street and sidewalk and yard of the next person, that's a huge expense no matter what district it's in. That's a huge expense for any person to just say, I got to shell out $9,000 to try to get this fixed. I don't know if we've done enough to say, okay, so how can we take this reimbursement program? It's been frozen, it looks like, at $42,000 just because that's all that people have requested for the last 3 years. And I have a concern about that. We've set the cap on $42,000 just because that's all we've reimbursed it for 3 years. Doesn't mean that that's not what we could do. We've just capped it. In essence, we've capped it, but we have also raised the sewer benefit tax at the same time. But we've not allocated any additional money to homeowners in this event. I think that's the crux of the problem. And I think unless the council, and wherever this issue comes, it should be a big issue for everybody in the city of Urbana if you get hit with something like that at this time. And I think we need to do more to put more money into that reimbursement as opposed to what we're currently offering, because it's been set just based on reimbursements to date.
Do you want to respond to that, or?
Well, my first response would be is that if the $42,000 was not enough, then city staff would come to city council and say, we've had these many people partake in the program, and do we want to do a budget amendment ordinance, to increase that amount or what have you. I think we would have that discussion. So we don't know any particular year. There might be lots of requests for reimbursement, and some years there may not be. But I would say, like any line item in the budget, if there's a need where we have to increase it, then we would come to city council and have this discussion. Let's look at increasing it.
Ms. Marlin.
Charlie, just to clarify, are you saying that your proposal would build on top of our current policy where we reimburse up to 75% of costs up to $4,500? Or are you starting
this
with
is
a different base?
This is a different base. The $4,500 is based on repairing the right-of-way. Okay, so we have a program that repairs the right-of-way, and just for historically, it's about 5 years old now. So
Oh, yes.
And that's what the 42,
right.
that's what the 42,000
Yeah, 5 years ago, we created this program, and it had $3,000 reimbursement, and 6 months ago, raised it to $4,500, and that was done with the idea that we weren't using up all of the money that we had allocated, and costs have gone up. So we're trying to match what we had guessed at, and that guess can be moved from year to year as we see the program used. What I'm suggesting here is that we keep the $4,500 program as it is. which has its own set of rules and provides a benefit to people. But we do have other costs, other expenses that are related to repairing the lateral that are above, that can be, you know, in your example. And how the council decides what that threshold is of what the amount of money is when we step in and start helping out is up to us. I just put in some numbers here. So it's a separate reimbursement, and it would apply to anywhere in the lateral when your costs exceed a certain amount of money. That's what I'm saying is we can set the base. We could set it to 2,000. We could set it to 4,000. We could set it to 10,000. You know, whatever we want. But at some point, we would help reimburse some of those what we would consider extraordinary expenses for repairing the lateral. That's why I said it's sort of like a self-insurance program. And I've just picked some starting numbers here. 3,000 I thought was a good number to work towards. I don't think any of these expenses are ever exceed, you know, in current memory, $10,000. So I'm thinking, you know, $4,500 if it's in the right of way. That's one part that we can help with. Another $3,000 if it's above a certain threshold, you know, to help in those whatever we consider extraordinary.
So we'll get figures back on the cost of the programs.
I think we have to let staff play with some of these numbers and maybe they can look at different thresholds that we can discuss here tonight.
Yeah, just a point of clarification. I think that your proposal was to ask staff to cost this out rather than to adopt it. I'm sorry, Ms. Diane, did I interrupt you?
Well, I just wanted to also remind people that there is an insurance program available through, I believe it's through the water company. Is that right? So that is always an option as well.
I think the mayor was next up.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that this was raised to $4,500 in response to what we heard from the Ellis subdivision. I felt that we needed to do something quickly, but we were also going to study the whole picture, and it does get to be kind of complicated because not everybody in the city is in the same situation. So I think it's fine to move forward and try to make it as comprehensive as possible.
Yes, Mr. Roberts.
So, Charlie, as I'm understanding your proposal, this additional assistance doesn't require the breakdown to require a removal of street right-of-way. That it could be indeed like Carol Amons was suggesting, and if it was in your backyard and you had a bill that was beyond a certain level of cost, that one could apply for assistance and get it just as, and because the parameters of the of this section of the sewer lateral repair ordinance would cover those instances.
If I could speak to that. Yeah, the issue that we have before us is one of trying to find a way, you know, if we collect the sewer benefit tax on the benefit of all the people of Urbana, and we need to use it in a way that benefits all the people of Urbana. If you only direct it to the three specified things in option three, you know, which were, you know, the collapse, the the sinkhole, and the unrepairable, you know, uncloggable sewer.
Yes.
You're identifying only a specific kind of thing in a subset that doesn't apply to all the citizens of Urbana. If you have a more general reimbursement program that kicks in at a certain threshold, whatever we decide, you know, and maybe staff can play with some different numbers there, what that threshold is, then it's available to everybody, not just the subset. And that's my goal here, is to be able to come up with a program that would help both the Ellis subdivision situation and anyone else in the community who has an extraordinary expense.
Yes, I think Ms. Ammons was the next up.
So I wanted to go back because I think I've heard this a few times, that we don't want to create a program that benefits just Ellis subdivision, but there may be something specific to Ellis subdivision, like there's a private to public sewer ownership program, which is specific to private to public, right? We do have programs that the Ellis subdivision can't actually use in this case. Is that correct? They couldn't tap into the resources of these other programs currently. But they have to meet the specifications of the program. Right, so we do have actual programs that everybody in the city don't actually meet. In essence, you do, because if that's the case, yeah, we should be able to use the overhead tour money and we should be able to fix this issue, but that's not the case. What I'm trying to get at is that if we have certain areas where the sewer lateral is in the right-of-way, there may need to be something specific for that may only be Dr. Ellis and one of the other subdivisions, or it may, well, but it doesn't meet the requirements of repairing a street or a sidewalk.
No.
The cost of that.
The 4,500 is to meet the cost of repairing the street and
So
sidewalk.
the cost of the street and sidewalk is not going to exceed $4,500. I think that's the,
75%.
Yeah. Charlie.
up to 4,500 though, right?
Charlie, can I ask you to
Yes.
take the chair for just a moment? I'd like to make a
Sure.
comment.
Yeah.
Okay, so Carol, what you should know, and I'm sure that Bill can, show you this, is that he came in one day with a great big map of the city, and showed where all the public lines were, and all over the city, the public lines are put in the yard on one side of the street, and on the other side of the street, the laterals run under the street. And as I understood the explanation for that, it was because if you put the public line under the middle of the street, then every time you had to do something with the public line, you would have to tear the street up. So the cost of maintaining a system like that is very, very high. So the situation that pertains in the Ellis subdivision actually pertains all over the city. The main lines run through somebody's front yard, and the lateral runs just from the house to the main line in their yard, and on the other side of the street, it runs all the way under the street.
Okay.
Or yes, and I'm sorry, yes, and in some cases it is in a backyard, but it's not, that's not peculiar to any particular area of the city. The whole city is laid out that way.
I'll take
Yeah.
it back up.
Diane?
Just a reminder, Public Works did report that about 6,600 or 2/3 of the properties in Urbana have individual sewer laterals. The pipes from their property to the public collector is going through the public right-of-way at some point, and about 1/3 of the properties do. 2/3 do, and 1/3 have the laterals in their backyards and the collectors in the backyard, and it does not go through public property. So the option 3 that we had talked about and the current policy we have in place actually benefits, or 2/3 of the property owners theoretically could benefit or have access to this money, and 1/3 could not. And Charlie's proposal is an attempt to provide financial relief to the 1/3 that currently don't have any kind of assistance when they have a lateral repair. So it's not unique to Dr. Ellis subdivision. It's the situation is pretty much the same sort of setup all over the city.
Back. Yes, Mr. Smythe.
Yeah, one of the other things I threw out earlier too was, currently the policy is set up to cover $4,500 of costs related to repairing the right-of-way. I was, willing to see that go up to a total payment, but the issue there becomes one of making sure that the city doesn't get taken for a ride. We start covering all the expenses. Expenses are going to rise to meet that, so we have to have some kind of a cap, and we have to have some kind of ability to look at what prices are being charged and to know that those are reasonable charges. So that there's a balancing game that we're trying to come up with, and that's why we increased to 4,500, thinking that would help keep costs competitive.
Yes, Mr. Roberts.
So I think we're heading in the right direction, and I like the idea of trying to assist more individuals who have large repairs than those who just have to excavate the right-of-way. And we're learning that about a third of the people don't have to excavate through the right-of-way because they happen to be on the lucky side of the street, perhaps you would call it. But still, because of finances, they may, and the excessive cost of repair, they might want to have, or maybe qualify to have, some assistance. We'd have to be aware then, though, that probably even if your line did not cross a street or a sidewalk, you may want assistance, and it might be that like 6 out of 10 people will want assistance from the city. So we'll be repairing, perhaps, or assisting to repair sewer lines on a much higher level. So that's why it would be very wise to know, get an estimate from Public Works about what the impact's going to be on that, because potentially so many more people will be applying for that benefit. And especially perhaps those people who live in large lots as opposed to short lots. A short lot, when you have to repair the street, your lateral, it's going to be, fewer pipe feet. But if you're maybe in a more suburban area of the city, or if you have a large lot, maybe you're going to be having quite a long pipe feet of repair. So the impact is going to be in those neighborhoods that the cost is going to be higher. And my question is that if you live in a larger lot and you live maybe in a more suburban part of the city, will we be likely to be supporting people who might be able to help themselves? So maybe there needs to be one of the features might need to be, what your income is compared to the standard income of the city.
You could add an income test to this.
Yes, Ms. Evans.
I'll just make one final comment. I see that when you add the 1/3, and I didn't understand that initially, that by doing this you would be adding me into this equation, so that if this happened to me and it's in my backyard, I can come to the city and say, hey, I want you to help pay for this. And I think that's actually where the problem actually lies, because this problem is a problem because people have to do additional, extraordinary work to get the same thing addressed that I have to do in my backyard. That's actually why you would be concerned about other people coming to get help out of this benefit tax that actually is not experiencing the same exceptional issue as the 2/3 would experience. Because the 2/3 have to go through that right away. That's going to be considerably more expensive than what I had to pay for my backyard. Mm-hmm. And so I think that's actually where the problem is. So when you open this process up to include the other 1/3 that didn't have to go to the public right away, that's actually where the problem is created. If you create a system where the threshold is, yes, you can access the up to $4,500 if you're experienced and you meet some income eligibility or whatever the city decides to do. But if you're the part of the 2/3 that has to go through the right of way, then we have additional resources for that case. Not necessarily the case that doesn't go through the right of way, because what's the point in that? And I think that's actually the problem. So more people will come to the city for reimbursement if you say, hey, let's open it all up to the 1/3 that don't even meet the requirements of the right-of-way. I think the specific issue needs to address those who have to go through the right-of-way. And I think that's what I'm asking staff to look at, is how do we address the right-of-way, because that is actually the issue that was brought to the city council, not the 1/3 who has it in their backyard. And you've just opened yourself up to more expenses where you could really just address the right-of-way issue.
Yes, Mr. Madigan.
I would agree with Ms. Ammons. I think the current, as I understand it, the current city program addresses the issue of the right-of-way to an extent. I would not, I don't think ever before subsidizing private property owners for a sewer problem on their property. We don't subsidize if someone has an electrical problem, a natural gas problem, any other utility, to my knowledge. I don't understand why we would subsidize a private property problem. That being said, I think the city does have a responsibility to reimburse homeowners when they have to tear up city property in order to fix their problem. That's what the current program does. Now, if we want to expand upon that and maybe pay people actual reasonable and customary reimbursement for tearing up a street or a sidewalk, why don't we look at that? But home ownership is a responsibility, and sometimes it is a burden, but it is not the city's business to be paying for private property issues like this, in my opinion.
Okay. Carol, could you take chair for a second, if I may make a comment? So I just want to say that I completely agree with the two previous comments. That actually brings us full circle to where we were quite a while ago, and I have always maintained that that was the right place. The only other thing I would add is that if we do go beyond that since we do not have a license to print money, that all of these extra expenditures that we would provide for people solving problems on their property would have to come from an increase in the sewer tax. Okay, and I'll take the chair back. Yes, Bill.
Yeah, I think what we're trying to do is reimburse people for anything that they have to repair that the city property, and that makes sense because we laid the roads there. We decided how thick they were going to be and how much it's going to cost them to fix it. So to me, it still comes down to option 3 or option 2, 100% reimbursal. And either of those, you're going to run into the problem of figuring out whether the work really needs to be done. So that's why we have, I guess, the checks on option 3, where we've specified only specific points or specific types of repairs that can be done. And both of those would cost an extra $2.10 per year per property. In Ward 4, the last plat was done in 1956, so I think a lot of the people have probably already repaired their sewers, but the ones that haven't probably need to. So I think $2.10 a year would probably be worth it to get 100% reimbursement, or option 3 where the city does the work. So I just wonder if there's any other way that we can make sure that the work needs to be done other than the kind of inspections that seem a little bit hard to do in option 3, plus the kind of specific repairs that it covers. If we could do 100% reimbursement, and we have to go out and approve the project at some point anyway, is there a way to determine at that point whether the work really needs to be done without doing a lot of televising and expensive stuff? And if it really needs to be done, is there a way that we can kind of pre-estimate how much we're going to reimburse so that we don't get taken advantage of?
Do you want to respond to that now, or?
I'm at a little bit of a staff loss here today with Brad not being here. He's the guy that has the hands-on field experience, and it would be better to address that myself. I would say this, that we do work closely with homeowners, we do work closely with property, with contractors. You know, there may be scenario, I guess the one scenario that would come to mind is the chronic root intrusion problem that may be causing a sluggish draining situation where annually or semi-annually or every other year you have to do some rotting of that line to clear out the root type situation. But I think this option 3 is fairly specific, has been mentioned already, and I think it would be clear, and I hate to put words in Brad's mouth, but I think it would be pretty clear that one of those 3 scenarios is in fact the case, and in fact this is the best way to solve the problem. I don't know if I'm answering your question, but that's...
Mr. Smythe.
Okay, well, we have come full circle because as some of you may recall, I originally, early on proposed that we just pay the full reimbursement of the right-of-way and the street, okay? I mean, that was my very first proposal, which is, I think, option 2 here. Is that correct? So, yeah. Okay, with a cap of 6,000, right. The issue is that in what I proposed here, it was you could have both, you could be using both. If your stuff goes out to the right-of-way, you could use the 4,500 reimbursement, plus you could use up to X amount of dollars for the rest of the work. So it applies whether you're in the 35% or the 65%. The problem with 65% is that if you've got stuff in the right-of-way, you may have it under the sidewalk, you might have it in the middle of the road or somewhere under the road, it might be on the other side. The advantage of the sewer lining is that, okay, so we have those scenarios. Okay, now separately, if you do sewer lining, you can probably get another 50 years out of your sewer system. Okay, so to me, that's what the city does. I'd like to see us encouraging homeowners to do that. I'm going to probably look at that as a solution to my own problem because I have to have my line rotted out once a year for roots. Or I have to use chemicals, and I really would prefer to have a one solution that'll be good for 50 years and not have to use chemicals every year. Yeah, it'd be a little more cost, but as somebody I just had to put a new roof on my house, it was expensive. These are parts of the things that you have to save up for. So yeah, I'm totally in support of paying for the right of way if we can figure out a way to do it so that we don't get taken advantage of. And I think that puts everybody else on equal footing. If it's your sewer lateral, regardless of the length, you pay for it. I was also willing to add in another program, create a new program that would apply to everyone, whether it's in the right of way or not, as an additional insurance program. And that's so there's really two or three different ways we can do this. But I think at a minimum, it sounds like there's agreement that we just simply come up with a program that pays for everything in the right of way, whatever that is.
So I think I'd like to try to structure this in such a way that we can put this item to bed, at least for tonight. At this moment, so whether it be a statement of principle, approval of this, yes, Mr. Roberts.
Well, maybe I'd like to move that we retain this in committee until our next committee meeting, but that we assign ourselves the task of trying to write that, or try to submit the solution. We've talked about a lot of the aspects of the solution. We've all become more familiar with the problems that we're looking at. And rather than maybe just depend entirely on Public Works, why don't we try to submit, our best shot at an ordinance solution for this reimbursement and see if we can find one in 2 weeks that we can pass.
Okay. Could I ask? Maybe I'm overstepping my bounds, and if so, I'm sure that the clerk will tell me. But I'd really like to hear a straw vote on the principle that's been elucidated that the responsibility for what's on private property be borne or be assumed by the property owner, and that what's under the public right-of-way that involves tearing up the public right-of-way, that the cost of doing that should be borne by the public. Is that no? I don't think I confounded two things, but I'll recognize you to make that comment in public.
Okay. The issue is that the lateral, whatever its length, wherever it exists, is private property. No matter what the length.
And I wasn't confounding anything.
Oh, okay.
That assumption is contained in what I'm asking.
Okay. Well, that wasn't contained in the earlier versions, and that wasn't what, say, Mr. Bradfield had proposed earlier on. That he basically, so what I want to make it clear that whatever we're doing, we're only taking responsibility for the sidewalk and street repairs in the right of way, not the lateral itself. Mm-hmm. That's all. Yeah, that was the way that's what I was hearing from Mike and Dennis and Bill, and to some extent from Carol, that it's the repairs of the street and sidewalk, for example, not the repairs of the lateral itself, which is private property.
Okay, is that Yes, Diane.
Well, I don't know what you're asking. Are you asking if we support option 2, which is 100% reimbursement? Or keeping things as they are?
Oh, no, so Dennis has suggested that, that we make specific suggestions for cleaning up the wording. And I'm wondering if we have an agreement in principle which would constrain all those suggestions, that the homeowner is responsible for the lateral and the city is responsible for the public right-of-way.
If I could read option 2.
Okay.
Okay, so
Charlie.
option 2 is exactly what we're talking about, 100% pavement reimbursement. The city would reimburse the full cost up to a maximum of $6,000 to the property owner for street pavement removal, replacement, and backfill for repair of sanitary sewer service lateral under the pavement in a city street. The property owner would still be responsible for replacing, repairing, and maintaining their sewer service lateral. Due to prevailing wage requirements, the city could not pay the contractor directly for the payment, removal, and replacement costs. This is the one that Bill was talking about. It requires a $2.10 per property increase to cover this.
Yeah, okay.
For the
So
typical.
that's 100%.
For the, yes, up to 6,000.
Up to 6,000.
So it's option 2, yes.
Okay, so you know, and that's certainly a embodiment of that principle. Now, it may not be the only embodiment of that principle that's possible, but that certainly is an embodiment of the principle. Yes.
So I think that goes back to Charlie Smythe's original discussion on this item, that you wanted to give staff the option and availability of the reimbursement program being available, meaning the $4,500 is there. It's an option A or option B, so to speak, because the homeowners, the lateral itself may travel, who knows how far that lateral is in any given case. And so the staff really needs to make the call as to whether this is something that actually has to be done under the street, sidewalk, and the like, or if this could actually, the repairs could be met through the reimbursement program so that there's no actual additional costs to the homeowner outside of just clearing the lateral itself. That's the point. And if you don't have the option, what's going to happen is you'll have the up to $6,000 for the street repairs, but the lateral itself is going to go completely underneath that area. And where does that actually stop for the homeowners? Do you understand what I'm saying, Mr. Gray? I think it's a. And I think that's the point I'm making. We don't know the extent.
And that extent of that repair is still the homeowner's responsibility. We're bearing the responsibility for the street repairs and the sidewalk repairs.
Okay.
But any of that pipe under the ground is still the homeowner's responsibility, whatever that extent of that cost is. Whether they're replacing 10 foot or 50 foot of sewer, whatever that is the homeowner's responsibility under the current ordinance.
But under the current ordinance, they would have up to $4,500 or something like that. But that's the street, and that's what I'm keep clarifying. Is this just the street repair?
That's all it is.
So from the sidewalk to wherever.
It's sidewalk repairs and street repairs over that lateral. Okay. The lateral itself.
Over the lateral.
The repairs to that pipe are the homeowner's responsibility.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, and just to beat it one more time, beat it to the ground. The issue with option 2 is that it addresses only the right-of-way issues that are specific to right-of-way, okay? If you own a house, you own the sewer lateral, whatever its length, and you're responsible for that length, whether it's 10 feet or 100 feet or 1,000 feet, okay? And so that's what, when you bought your house, you bought that sewer lateral. And if we're reimbursing up to 100% of the repairs of the road and sidewalk right-of-way, then we're creating a situation that's basically equal for everyone across the community, in that they're responsible in the sense for their sewer lateral regardless of the length. If you want to have a separate program for extraordinary expenses, you can have that separately, and that would have its own costs, and that's what I proposed earlier. So it's two different programs. You could have $4,500 reimbursement for right-of-way, you can have $6,000 for the right-of-way, you can have a separate program that would also apply to anyone with extraordinary expenses, beyond the right-of-way. So there's different ways. You can mix and match this, and that's all I was trying to do.
So does everybody, oh, I'm sorry, Dennis, yes.
So maybe I'm going to withdraw my motion. It wasn't seconded anyway, so it's dead, I suppose. But having met these concerns, and I thought, Carol, that you were actually trying to propose some support for those people who only had expenses in their backyard. Now you've clarified that, and you're not really concerned about it. You're really concerned about the public right away. All right, so that clarifies me on that issue that you brought up. So originally, I was in favor of option 2 in the first place. So, I mean, I would be willing to say that at this point, I would make a motion to adopt option 2. And in the future, maybe we can have a continued conversation about any other kind of additional assistance that we want to build onto this ordinance. But maybe today we can adopt option 2, because it seems to be the one that we're gravitating to now.
I would second that.
You might want to think about rephrasing the motion and the second to move the adoption of option 2 to the regular council meeting.
That's what I I should have said, and I will rephrase it, that I recommend that ordinance number 2013-04-034, an ordinance amending Urbana City Code, Chapter 24, Section 24-38, Building, Sewers, and Connections, be moved with recommendation of approval to City Council using and adopting option 2.
And Mr. Smythe agrees that that's what he intended to second. So, and does this require a roll call? Okay. It's a resolution. Okay. Oh, that's right. We're in the committee of the whole. Okay, we've got another meeting to go. Don't anybody change your minds. So, all who approve this motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Do we have any opposed?
Nay.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Is there a nay? 2 nays. Okay. So.
Do you want to speak to your nay?
Yes, it is out of order. Thankfully, so I'm sure you'll have a chance to address it next week. So we have passed a motion to refer this to City Council with a recommendation for approval. Moving right along, and so now the question is: do we? This was actually 04-038. So we now have the next item on the agenda, ordinance 2013-04-039, ordinance repealing ordinance 2013-02-016 and establishing cost reimbursement policy, etc.
And that's no longer needed.
And yes.
Actually, until this is committee of the whole, so I'd like to actually defer ordinance number 2013-04-039 to the next committee of the whole. If this is not completed, we could pull it off at that point. I'd like to move for deferment on the second item.
Second. Yeah, Mr. Smythe has, okay, Ms. Ammons has moved, Mr. Smythe has seconded, deferral. In favor, signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed?
We do. I'd like to introduce John Collins, Operations Manager in the Public Works Department, and he will address this item.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, staff member. The subject I have before you this evening. The subject I have before you this evening is the replacement of the Central Business District street name signs. The current signs that are up now were installed in 2004 and have not aged very gracefully. Since then, the Federal Highway Administration has specified some new regulations on what we can and can't do with our street name signs. A lot of those regulations stem from consistency from town to town, from state to state, to region. City staff has had many discussions regarding what we would like to see or what we thought would be the best fit for that. A lot of these regulations have dictated sizes, shapes, colors, and text size. The number one option, I believe it was option option 3.
Thank you. Yeah,
which I had the sign crew make a full-size sign for you to view this evening. And that's with the 6-inch upper and 3.5-inch lowercase text with the white background and the black legend. Another option that is available is the same text size, but with the white legend and the green background, which is what we have throughout the rest of the city.
I hate to say this, but this is like A, B at your optometrist's office. Would you show those again, please?
There is part of my memo, the discussion of the text size, that was a engineering judgment by Joe Smith, stating that due to the speed limits in Urbana, even though they're posted at 35 mile an hour, the average traffic speeds are well below that, which means that we could actually go with a 4-inch text, 4-inch uppercase, 3-inch lowercase. That's 6-inch. But we feel as though the current signs right now are 5-inch uppercase text, or 5-inch text, period. We feel as though the 6-inch would be more visible, and that's the main reason for the specification changes by the Federal Highway Administration.
You're recommending 6-inch, right?
6-inch uppercase.
Yeah,
3.5
just like
inch.
that, just like
Yes,
that, right?
yes.
Okay.
Mr. Roberts?
Yeah, so at first I thought, I looked at some of the signs near where I live and I thought, they don't look bad, and why are we, changing them so soon? But then I came out and was down at the corner of Vine and Green, right here on the corner by the city building, and on one side the signs are built differently here downtown currently. They're black backgrounds with white lettering, and they have the curved or arched top, which is a feature that was adopted by the West Urbana Neighborhood Association, pretty much completely in their neighborhood, and also is seen on some of our downtown streets. Is that right?
Yes.
So they have a more of a historic look. They're kind of unique,
Yeah,
not completely unique, but they're
the ones in the Central Business District say City of Urbana.
Across the top
The signs
arch.
in the Winter neighborhood says
Right.
Historic Urbana.
I did observe that, yes, especially the smaller lettering in the arch are mostly peeling, so they become unreadable. And some of the backgrounds are actually crazed because of the heat over the years. So I'm changing my opinion, and I'm thinking, yes, they do need replacement. I appreciate the fact that Joe Smith went out and has made observation. He's made some comments and recommendations. Apparently, we only have these two choices that you've shown us for the official correct signage. Is it being adopted by cities across the nation? This is a national standard?
There are other options. These are the two options that city staff had decided would be the best two to pursue.
Is it possible to maintain the older arched format, and can we make those, using the upper lower case, comply more to the current standard that is being adopted by IDOT and still be within compliance?
The Federal Highway Administration dictates that they shall be rectangular in shape.
And what do we have as being what is the term that we have our own jurisprudence? It's called a home rule society, a home rule community. Can we choose to not adopt strictly the standards of the IDOT or the federal regulation?
That's a question I couldn't answer at this time.
I mean, are we going to get fined in 7 years if they come by and say, hey, you guys look like you're out of compliance?
I don't know exactly what the penalties would be, other than possibly some liability issues.
Liability,
Somebody not recognizing a street name sign, they're looking for it and they get into an accident, something along those lines.
I think that would probably more be likely whether they had their glasses on or not.
Yeah, it's possible.
All right, so my my preference would be to maintain the historic arched format, if it's possible. Now, whether we reverse the lettering and make a black background white now, as is recommended, that was a style, 40 years ago, and I guess we could go with that. So I'm just wondering about format.
I do have an email correspondence from Joe Smith, between Joe Smith and Kevin Sylvester, who was a member of the he's a transportation specialist for the MUTCD team, which the MUTCD Manual on Uniform Traffic Control Devices is written by the Federal Highway Administration. And in that email, he stated,
excuse me, could you go a little closer to the microphone? We're having a little trouble here.
In that email, he stated the MUTCD does require rectangular shape for all guide signs, and guide signs include street name signs, except where other specified by section is 2A.09 and 2A-4, and those were for guide signs that had extraordinary text involved in them, that the sign size themselves could actually be bigger.
And what does this do to all the signs that were paid for by the residents of the Woona neighborhood that were unique?
Well,
do they become now?
At this time, my concern is a central business district, and the central business district and the Woona signs were actually constructed by two different methods. The Woona signs, I believe, will last another 2 or 3 years, and we can revisit that at that time. The central business district signs themselves were actually similar to this in a vinyl coating over this reflective background, where the Woona signs were screen printed, where it was actually a dye sprayed on to that, and they seem to last longer. And I believe that was just a subject we would revisit when the time come to replace those Woona signs.
I think our attorney has some concerns about something.
I think Bill Gray will probably support what I'm going to say. If you don't follow IDOT regulations, you may be denied IDOT funding, whether it has to do with these signs or any other project. You are, as long as we are receiving funding from IDOT, we are basically required to buy into their regulatory system. Would you agree?
That's true, unless local funds are used. But I think it goes back to the Manual of Uniform Traffic Control Devices is a very important document, and you want to adhere to those standards. Absent that, and again, I'm not an attorney, but you are exposing yourself to liability. So that's why whatever we do in the community, we want to follow those MUTC guidelines. With respect to the Woona signs, if and when, we don't have to replace them now, but it's a matter of when you do replace them, when they wear out, then you need to meet the current standards. Now, standards change, and hence the reason that we'd have to meet that rectangular shape.
Okay. Are you concluded?
That's my questions. Thank you
Okay.
very much.
I think Ms. Ammons was the next person.
Just 2 questions.
Is there a particular reason why the Central Business District is the replacement target? And will we have to replace all the signs in this city at some point? Is there some plan to replace them all?
As signs deteriorate, yes, we need to upgrade to the new standards. The next area of town that is subject to that or that will be replaced will be the northwest area of town that's just now getting the new street lights. A large number of those street lights that are getting replaced hold our street name signs. So as we replace those street lights, we will replace those signs. And I believe that's going to be from University Avenue north to Bradley and then Lincoln Avenue west to Wright Street. And that should be done this fall.
Follow up.
And so is there a time frame for which this has to be done by IDOT? Are they saying they have to be done in 2 years, or?
They've had two different compliance dates. One of them was 2015, the other one, and then they backed it up to 2018. Right now, what they are asking that is any new street name sign that is placed or any street name signs that are replaced with the current standards.
Mr. Madigan.
So what is the average life of a street sign?
8 to 12 years. And it's got a lot to do with, a little bit to do with the wind, direct sunlight, shade from trees, those sort of items.
And what would the source of funds be for this?
It's the funding that we currently have in sign replacement in the Public Works Operations budget.
What source, though? Not in your budget. I mean, what is the source of funds? General fund? Is it, what is the name of the fund?
General fund.
General fund.
Okay, so this is the same kind of money that could be used for salaries. This is not earmarked for.
Yeah. The operations general fund supports most of the public works operations. There's other funds out there, but yes, it pays for salaries, materials, contracts, a host of things.
And in your opinion, do these signs last as long as they should have?
The ones in the Central Business District, no.
Are we pursuing a different type of technology or a different type of signage that may last longer?
They will be screen printed, which is a similar construction to the WUNA signs that have lasted quite a bit longer.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, frankly, it doesn't make sense that we can't have the lettering the size they want and still have a little, top that says Historic West Urbana or Historic East Urbana or whatever, It doesn't make sense to me, but I think we're stuck. The issue, I think, really is, I like the size. It's whether we go white on black or we use the black, is black on white? Yeah, black on white or white on green. And then, so we're moving away from the white on black then, right?
Right.
Yeah, so we either, so we have the white or the green. I personally prefer the green.
Yes.
So they have a time frame that's to 2018, so in reality, we don't have to do the signs at this moment.
The signs are at a state that they need to be replaced now. And if we replace them now, we need to follow the current standards.
Certainly, if we replace them now, we would follow the current standard. But what I'm suggesting is that we have until 2015-18 to replace the signs. And is that the replacement of all the signs that don't meet the specifications?
What MUTCD and the Federal Highway Administration would like for us to do with street name signs is that when their quality of reflectivity or legibility deteriorates beyond certain specifications, we replace them with the new standards.
And so I assume that we've looked at the entire city and saw which signs actually are deteriorated to the point that they have to be replaced today, this year and those next year and those.
Yes, Central Business District is in need today.
Could I ask?
Okay.
I'm sorry, are you finished? Or you have one more?
I'm going to restate my question. Okay. I'm asking if there, and I haven't seen it, but is there an actual study and time frame that we've already done the study in all the areas of Urbana to put them on a schedule for replacement, and which are most priority? I know you said you'd like to replace the Central Business District now, but how do we know that other areas of Urbana signs are completely either gone or you can't read them anymore? Have we done that actual?
Well, we do have an up-to-date sign inventory that tells us somewhat the condition of every sign we have in town.
Okay.
And it was currently assessed by the company that we bought the inventory from. And possibly this fall sometime we will do a comprehensive reevaluation, and that will entitle someone driving around town at night assessing the reflectivity of the signs and the legibility of those signs.
Mm-hmm.
But no, we don't have a plan that right now that, okay, we do CBD this year, we do the northwest neighborhoods this year, we do the southwest corner next year. We're not in that state. As we see things start to deteriorate, then we'll put a plan together on what we're going to do next.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Mr. Brown.
Yeah, I also think it's unfortunate that we'll be losing the arch top, and I know a lot of people in Woona that help pay for the signs will also be upset about that. I guess I have a couple questions on the. So it looks like we're kind of approving a style at this point. If we decide to approve the Central Business District as black on white, would we kind of also at the same time be saying the rest of the city will be white on green? Is that kind of what we're asking here?
We're going to continue the same colors we have throughout the rest of the town with the white on green.
White on green. And then I
Unless
think
city council and mayor decides to do something to match that throughout the remainder of the town.
So private roads now, I think, are black on white. So would that change to a different style
Yes,
too?
we would have to change those.
And then, like as you replace signs, say in the northwest part of the neighborhood with the street lights, I assume you're careful so that you don't have like a street of white on black and then green on white on green and then black on, it's alternating. You do like whole sections at a time, so it's not too confusing.
When it comes to something like that, I prefer to do a blanket replacement throughout a whole area versus just where the street lights are being replaced. That's why we're planning on doing that whole area.
Because if you're looking for a green sign, you aren't going to be looking for a white sign. So I guess, I don't know, I hope we can find some kind of solution for distinctive signs if people want to pay for them for a certain neighborhood or something. Maybe like they can be a background and not really part of the sign.
The Federal Highway Administration does allow a picture graph on the sign, which is basically the city logo that would be placed on the sign. But what that would do would actually add 6 inches to the length of the sign. Say this Main Street sign, if we were to add the downtown Urbana picture graph to it, it would add 6 inches to it. And since we're already going from 6 inches to 12 inches in the blank size, that adds weight to that small bracket that we have holding that sign up. And bracket sizes in construction really haven't improved that much, that we do have a concern of the signs getting too big, too heavy.
And then for the sizes, would that be the same in all parts of town too, or is the 6-inch lettering proposed only for the central business?
Right now, the 6 inches is for downtown. With Joe Smith's engineering and judgment, we could use the 4-inch uppercase in the residential neighborhoods, which would make the sign smaller.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, I like the idea of having larger signs in our downtown. That's where a lot of people are looking for identification of streets. And on any major arterial street or major street, it would be great to have the larger sign. A lot of times when people from out of town are looking, they're trying to navigate their way through the community. They're not looking necessarily for a street, like Poplar Drive or something, but they certainly are looking for, Lincoln, and they're looking for Cottage Grove and, the main streets. So probably common sense would tell us to adopt the larger sizes for those arterials.
If I could back up just a little bit.
Go ahead.
Any of these street name signs that are placed overhead in Urbana on the traffic signal mast arm will have a 12-inch uppercase, 9-inch lowercase text.
So those will be very visible.
Very visible.
All right. Yeah, and I also I'm sad to know that creativity and signage is out and standardization is in.
We always have the ability with the signage and wayfinding to identify neighborhoods other than using the street name sign.
Okay, well, thanks. That's always thoughtful.
And that provides a much better artistic approach and variables that can be placed.
And is your department suggesting that residential be the green and white standard, or do you care? It depends on which way we go.
It's whatever the city council would like. If the city council likes these for the downtown, and then we're going to stick with this color for the rest of Urbana.
Yeah.
But if the city council likes these for the downtown area and would like the rest of Urbana to be that way, that would definitely identify an Urbana street from a University Street or a City of Champaign Street.
Oh yeah, I'm not even aware of what the street colors are over there.
I think Mr. Gray would like to intervene or interject.
Thank you. We have a staff streetscape committee that meets once a month, and we discuss this very topic with John. And the downtown has certain components, streetscape features, traffic signals, street light coloring downtown, and it's consistent with the black on white type of coloring. So the black lettering, white background would be more compatible, if you will, with the color selection or style, if you will, downtown than the green. So I think that's something you need to look for. So Streetscape Committee, just so you know, suggests the black lettering, white background to be a bit more in sync with the coloration and style of downtown other components and features.
Okay. One more yet?
No, I'd just like to make a motion to approve the black and white sign for the Central Business Street Name Replacement Project. And I so move.
I'll second.
In favor, and this is to report to the
report to
full
council.
council with recommendation for approval. With no further comment, would all those in favor signify by saying aye?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, thank you. Now we have ordinance number 2013-05-046, amending Schedule F of Section 2318 of the Urbana Local Traffic Code, designating one-way streets and alleys, specifically Walnut Street.
This is one of the more unusual requests for the Traffic Commission. We do not have a lot of one-way streets in Urbana, but this particular case is before you tonight for a few primary reasons. With the complete street design we've done on Main Street, and recognizing that there's a large pedestrian crossing at Walnut and Main in front of the courthouse, we have incorporated a center median island, a refuge, if you will, for pedestrians. So not only are we converting these 4 lanes of traffic into 3 and adding bike lanes downtown, but we also would like to have a safer location if you could cross halfway through the street, have a protected median, and then cross the other half of the street. So it really will enhance the pedestrian crossing at that location. To minimize the number of conflict points at that location, and also in recognizing the creation of additional parking spaces we could have on Walnut if we created a one-way, we're recommending that it be one-way northbound, which would remove some vehicle, pedestrian, bicyclist conflict points at the intersection, but also we'd have diagonal parking, which is suggested on the east side of Walnut on this block, and parallel parking on the west side, which is currently in place. We would probably add about a handful of additional parking spaces then with this restriping, and the vehicles would go northbound. The adjacent property owners have been notified. They have no objections to this change, and we did meet at the Traffic Commission for this.
Yeah, one question, Bill. We had talked a long time ago about back-in angle parking.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what the current thinking on back-in angle parking is, but this was identified back when we talked about it as a potential place to do back-in angle parking as a way to try it out. Thoughts? Or you don't want to tackle another?
I just didn't want to tackle another issue at this time, but if we want to, I'll just leave it at that. It's something new. It'd be different in Urbana. I think there's a lot of merit to considering it. This would be a good place to start it since the traffic volumes in Walnut are pretty low. But one can just take so much with change.
Yeah.
Considering people will be driving.
I personally would favor trying back-in angle parking here because it is such a good opportunity to do that. It is safer for traffic according to the places that use it.
Yes, Ms. Marlin.
Well, I'm happy to hear about the median going in at that location because actually I almost hit a pedestrian today as I was driving around downtown looking at street signs and not paying attention to people on Walnut. So luckily no one lost their life in that venture. Anyway, I would move ordinance number 2013-05-046 to council with a recommendation for approval.
Second.
Okay, moved by Ms. Marlin, seconded by Ms. Ammons. If there's no further discussion, I'd ask for those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Okay. To ordinance number 2013-05-047, an ordinance approving and authorizing the execution of a non-exclusive utility license agreement for Green Street at Goodwin Avenue.
Thank you. This is a city request to the University of Illinois that we would use land under their ownership for the installation of street lighting and traffic signal equipment for the intersection improvements slated for construction next summer. They do not grant easements per se. What they do is they do, and we enter into a license agreement. Hopefully you all received electronic copy, at least in your packet. I have additional copies if somebody needs them, but we have reviewed this license agreement, Public Works and Legal, and we take no exception with what is in the packet, and this would then allow us to remove street lighting in the center medians and put them behind sidewalks, which would be on university-owned land.
Yes, Mr. Smith.
I move to send this to council with recommendation for approval.
I second.
Moved by Mr. Smythe, seconded by Mr. Roberts. If there is no further discussion, would all who would in favor signify by saying aye?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay. Ordinance number 2013-05-048, ordinance revising the annual budget ordinance fiscal year 2012-2013, specifically Urbana Bicycle Master Plan update.
Okay, this document was prepared back in 07-08. This has been our guidance for implementing bicycle facilities in Urbana. We believe that at this time it would be appropriate and important to take a step back, if you will, and revisit this master plan to see how we're doing. Are there some changes? Are there some guidance? Are there some policies incorporated in here that need to be revisited? Also, we can quantify all the work that's been done to date since the plan was adopted. We would recommend using the CUATS, the Regional Plan Commission staff members who work for CUATS, who performed this plan originally, and also as a consultant to Regional Plan Commission was Mr. Ed Barsati, the Executive Director of the League of Illinois Bicyclists, and worked together to update the plan. The memo speaks to some of the content of that update in the last paragraph. One thing that would be new is there would be some survey information sent out to people. There would be also some determination of what is the ridership in various locations on our facilities that are currently in place, so we have a baseline, so to speak, and we can measure better in the future years the usage of those facilities. And what's before you tonight then is a budget amendment ordinance to move forward with this. We'd like to start now versus wait till next fiscal year if it's possible with CUAT staff available. It's fairly labor intensive and with their staff and with some interns, they'd like to get started as soon as possible. So I'd be happy to answer any questions, but that's what's before you. And also, one other thing that's important is we are looking, our bicycle-friendly community bronze designation is good through the year 2014. We think that we can maybe get to the next level. And with this update, this would help us with that documentation to go to perhaps the silver level in the bicycle-friendly community status.
Ms. Marlin.
Just had a question about documenting usage. Are you going to be looking at all the existing bike lanes and doing traffic counts, or will you be picking out a sampling of the bike lanes, or how do you intend to study the usage?
I don't know, sampling first of all, not all.
Okay.
And I'm not sure exactly, at least we haven't spoken with the consultant yet as to which ones they're going to choose or select. But to my knowledge, it will not be all the bike lanes, but it will certainly be whether the high-intense use ones, making like on a Goodwin Avenue, for example, than perhaps the frequently used ones like on a 50 Road or something, but it'll be a kind of a cross-section of users.
And is it just lanes or the designated routes as well?
I think both, yeah.
Okay.
Routes too.
Great.
Ms. Ammons?
I'm concerned about making a budget amendment at this point to do this study. And I am not clear on why we are unable to figure out what to do next based on the requirements or whoever decides to get you to this. Is it silver level we're trying to get to? Mm-hmm. I would imagine there's some prerequisites to meet a silver level bike-friendly city that should be written somewhere, and I'm just unclear as to why we would pay or have to pay $38,000 to figure that out.
Well, first of all, the intent for the update is not solely for that reason. I do know it's a city council goal from the previous council that that's a desirable goal to attain. So we're putting the steps in place to try to attain that goal. We can change the goal, but that's a goal that's on our plate. But we had some money set aside in the budget actually for this year. We do have the proposal in place. We need this amount of money to do this update. We're using transportation planners and engineers with a specific expertise in this area of bicycle master planning. And that's the reason it's before you tonight.
Yes, Mr. Smith.
I would also point out that that plan won some national awards based on the work that was done. It was a component used in getting the getting all of the work that we're currently doing. I mean, it was work done with the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Commission. Ed Barsati has pointed out a number of local bicycling advocates and so on. And it's basically a 5-year plan. And, you know, we need to revise for the next 5 years if we want to move forward. So I would recommend approval of it. It's my understanding that this was in the budget. It simply didn't get a particular line item in the budget to get done this year, but the money had been put there, but didn't have an entry in the budget itself. So we're basically going back and fixing something we should have caught last year.
Okay, Mr. Brown.
Yeah, I think having a good plan done by professionals and having the traffic studies done and everything is one of the first steps in being sure that we can obtain funding in the future for these kind of projects. And I know that in the last plan they identified 4 or 5 sources of funding in the plan. So I think it's probably an investment in order to get funding to make sure that we don't have to pay for all of the new routes ourselves. So I'd support that. I think $38,000 is a reasonable cost for a once every 4 or 5 year update. I know it's probably lower through RPC, and we would get 2 or 3 people working on it with expertise than it would be from hiring a private consultant or something.
Okay. Other, Mr. Smith. Or, I'm sorry, Mr. Gray, yeah, would you respond?
Just to add additional information, it's not in the memo, but with this plan, it has helped us considerably in receiving Illinois Transportation Enhancement Program dollars and Department of Natural Resource dollars. In fact, since the plan was adopted, we've probably received over $1 million in grant monies to help with various bicycle-type facilities. So the reviewing agencies at rates, because we're competing statewide, you know, with all the cities, other agencies, having a plan like this in place does give us a definite advantage over communities that have a weaker or non-existent plan.
Mr. Roberts.
Yeah, I think at first I wondered, you know, every time we do a plan, every time we have a thought of doing anything in town, we seem to need to have the help of consultants. And I believe that I guess you know, the more that we can do within house and without hiring consultants, the happier I am. Consultants don't always, you know, completely serve the city in the way we hope they would. But I guess I see the value also of trying to achieve silver certification. I know that many people do value these kinds of markers when they rate, the friendliness or the usability of a community or its appeal to potential homeowners. And I like the idea that interns at Coats will be employed. It'll give them a really good training and will take advantage of their of them as a resource, and it will help make the plan a little bit more affordable too. So it's that part is a kind of a win-win, I think.
Okay. Any further comment? If there's no further, yes, Mr. Smith.
I move to send this to council with a recommendation for approval.
Okay, moved by Mr. Smythe, seconded by Ms. Marlin. If there's no further comment, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Okay. So, okay. The motion passes. So, resolution number 2013-05-024R, resolution approving the 2013 update of the capital improvement plan for the city of Urbana. And staff presentation.
Now I know why they wear their shirts today.
Yeah.
I don't know. Okay, this evening, Gail Jamison and I would like to, first of all, update you with a variety of public works projects that are going on around town, give you a little bit of background and status of those projects, and then I'll turn it over to Gail to get into some of the details of the capital improvement plan before you. And just for everybody's information, newer council members, this is a planning document. This is guidance that helps city staff determine over the next 12 to 36 months in particular, what projects are of importance, what projects we need to plan for, budget accordingly, try to seek grant money out there if it's available, et cetera. And many projects take 1 to 3 years to implement due to the long lead time, particularly when there's easements and right-of-way involved or preliminary studies that are necessary. So with that, we'll move on to okay. First project, the Boneyard improvements. Although there's 3 components to the Boneyard project, this is funded solely by TIF 1 and TIF 2 dollars. The lower left project gives a bird's eye view, literally, of what's been going on out there to date. We're in the midst of replacing the Ray Street Bridge. We've peeled away, if you will, the old vegetation. We've rerouted an interceptor sewer already. We're starting to drive pilings and those sorts of things. So the project is certainly well on our way. Admittedly, the weather hasn't been the most cooperative for making progress, but this project is expected to be completed in the summer of next year, 2014. Broadway Avenue, meanwhile, is making pretty good progress. The stretch between just at Grigg Street up to University Avenue, you can see that we're certainly widening some of the parkways. We'll have nice vegetation and trees. In locations such as at Black Dogs, we've enlarged the seating area outside or waiting area outside. We've got the brick banding, the lighting, et cetera, is being done. Eventually, this will be a 3-lane cross-section. There will be parking on Broadway, and we'll also have bike lanes. So this project, the latest projection is it may be completed in substantial completion anyway by Sweetcorn. The Ray Street project, meanwhile, the bridge work is underway. We're reconstructing the street, lots of impacts there. this will certainly take all of this year for work to be completed. Again, this is TIF-funded project. Windsor Road. Some of you have heard this discussion before, and I won't go into a lot of detail other than we have a chemical reaction that's deteriorating this pavement that was built back in the late 80s. This is between Fowler Road and Race Street. Initially, we started to do full-depth pavement patching, but realized that, in fact, after much testing, the entire pavement has this cancer, if you will. So we could have some discussions on the funding of the $6 million replacement project for Windsor Road. Gail will get into that in a little bit later, but ideally, this is something that we'd like to try and tackle in fiscal year 15. This is of local interest. The Boneyard Creek floodplain remapping has been going on for the last 5 or 6 years. Unfortunately, it's been a very lengthy process working with FEMA and the Department of Natural Resources. The good news is finally, the new floodplain will be defined and will be official this fall. So we'll have, in some areas, the floodplain will shrink in Urbana. Some places actually will get a little bit larger. But this will be the new guidance for any type of development in and around the floodplain area in Urbana. High Cross Road improvements. A consultant is doing work underway. We do have Illinois Jobs Now, which is 100% state money to fund this project. This is necessary improvements to High Cross Road between University Avenue and Florida to accommodate proposed development, particularly a Menards store and related retail opportunities, and also some combination of office and subdivision, housing, single-family housing, and town housing type development in the 300 acres they own. To date, Menards has not committed to pulling the trigger and groundbreaking, but we have an opportunity with this grant money to do the necessary improvements to accommodate the impacts that a Menards and 300 acres would have on High Cross Road. So in an effort not to lose this money, we need to complete the plans and specifications, work with Menards, work with IDOT, and hopefully by next spring have a letting to award a contract to build the High Cross Road improvements. Again, it's signal work, it's widening, and some work on the side streets, particularly Washington Street.
And Bill, are we going to be reimbursed by Menards when they develop?
No, and actually a benefit to Menards and the city is that this is state dollars involved to pay for this. When Menard first met with the city back in '06, the two entities were trying to come up with some sort of combination of how are we going to pay for this $7-8 million project. We've now found a solution. So there is an economic incentive for Menard to start sooner versus later because they're avoiding potentially up to an $8 million expense. Okay, Olympian Drive. This is a long-term project that's been in the works for literally started back in 1994-95 with a location study. I actually started even before that, but I'll spare you the history. Bottom line is we're looking at proceeding with Project A, which is from Apollo Drive to Lincoln Avenue, and then in Champaign, Project C, which is the far west end, west of St. Thomas More over to Duncan. The Project A is a $13 million project. There are no local dollars, no county dollars, no city dollars involved. It's all federal, Illinois Jobs Now and Illinois Commerce Commission money. For some time now, over a year, we've been petitioning to the Illinois Commerce Commission to seek approval for the bridge over the Illinois Central Railroad tracks. We're in the midst of those petition hearings. The interveners are now at a point at having their witnesses testify as to why this would not be a good expenditure of money or a good project to move forward with. There's a variety of appeals that are going on right now, the month of May and the month of June. We hope that in July the interveners' witnesses will complete their testimony, and shortly thereafter we hope that the administrative law judge will make a decision. and we'll look to see what that decision will be and move forward accordingly. But this has been certainly a long process, and the consultant has jumped through the various hoops of environmental approvals, where we've negotiated with property owners to buy right-of-way. Those negotiations have been going onward, but we're at this trigger point with the Illinois Commerce Commission seeking their approval. We have railroad and IDOT approval for the bridge and its design. Cities, of course, have reviewed design and support the design. It's the last piece of getting, from our position, a positive judgment on our petition that would support the bridge design and support funding the bridge with the Illinois Commerce Commission dollars. Any questions on this? Because I know this is a project that's been in the works for some time. Lincoln Avenue, meanwhile, in working with the county, we determined that this is also a very critical component. The design is underway. Some land acquisition has started. This purple line schematically shows the 1 mile extension from where Lincoln Avenue currently stops, which is by Saline Court, and it would be kind of a sweeping S-curve to tie into the proposed Olympian Drive. Potentially, both projects, if moved forward, could end about the same time. The construction, Olympian Drive would take about 2 years. This would be a 1-year project. There's surface transportation urban money, federal dollars available. The city portion would be motor fuel tax money. The county would be motor fuel tax money. We did in Washington make contact with our senators and congressmen to see if we can get additional federal dollars to the tune of $840,000 more to help offset the local share. We'll work with our state representatives to help move local federal dollars to help with this project. So in the next 2 years, maybe there could be some additional federal funding to help offset local dollars on this project. But this is an important project because this will then provide the linkage, at least, to Olympian Drive for truck traffic in particular, whereas right now the existing roadway really doesn't support that type of traffic. UC2B, big broadband. This project, actually next month, will be officially completed in Urbana and in Champaign. This is the large rings that have been completed, and then service to those properties that are unserved or underserved in Urbana and Champaign, which is kind of the yellowish designation there. That work is being done now, bringing fiber to the homes. So the right-of-way work is largely completed. There's punch list items being done, but for the most part, this has had a significant impact on our staff in managing this project through completion. But the end is almost near from work in the right-of-way standpoint. Northwest Urbana street lighting. This project has started. It's underway. Contractor is working. Later this week we'll have letters to all the properties impacted in this area, giving them a little bit more detail as to the contract and the contractor and the work underway. The contractor is working quickly, making good progress, and we hope that this summer a majority of the work will be done to replace the old lighting with new LED lighting in this area of Urbana, and this is being funded with TIF dollars. Downtown lighting, there's design underway. We'll be coming back to City Council here in the coming months to talk about our findings to date and see whether we want to proceed with replacing the lighting. This all harkens back to a parking study that was done downtown, and parking lots that had unlit areas or underlit areas. And also we have kind of a menagerie of lighting types, and we want to upgrade with LED lighting to get a good, consistent white light uniformity in our parking lot areas. This would be paid using motor vehicle parking system funds, which is revenues derived from feeding the meter and permit parking. We are in the process of awarding a contract to mill and resurface parking lots 1, 2, 5, and 9. Lots 1 and 2 are between Broadway Avenue and Race Street, just south of Water Street, just north of the downtown Main Street businesses. Lots 5 and 9 are east and west of the Civic Center. These lots are in tired shape, and this will upgrade them to make them safe and usable and new striping. Again, this is motor vehicle parking system monies that are going to be doing this work this summer.
Bill, what was Lot 1 again? What is that?
Lots 1 and 2 are, lots 1 is just like north of the Rose Bowl. Lot 2 is behind the Legion, next to Bunny's.
Okay.
Stormwater utility fee. Again, a lot could be said about this process, but September 1st, we do implement the stormwater utility fee. We will be sending out a letter to all property owners, probably around August 1st, that will give the program details. There will also be information about how one can apply for credits and incentives with the program. This is a very important program, and Gail will touch on tonight with this capital improvement plan. There is a whole separate section now of stormwater utility fee, what the fees will generate in dollars and what it will fund. But to do the implementation, it's $125,000 to go through all the work with the billing and the implementation and that whole process. All right, Main Street. The bottom left is kind of what downtown looks like today, and the upper right is what's proposed with the road diet. Gail just had a meeting last week, a pre-construction meeting. There will be a lot of work starting here soon. Sidewalk, ramp work, milling, resurfacing pavements, etc. And so the contractor's in place. The work is about to begin. Next month, we have a letting for awarding a contract on Main Street east of Maple Grove area all the way to Dewey Street. That's estimated to be in the $2+ million cost range. So literally we'll be addressing Main Street from Cedar, which is over by Busey Bank on the west side, to Dewey Street all the way on the east side of our town corporate limits. And this will take all this year construction. As you can see, there's a lot of funding sources. Again, with the master plan, it's helped us with highway safety improvement program money to help with the traffic signal work at Race Street enhancement money was involved, and then TIF 1, TIF 2 money, and motor fuel tax funds. Washington Street, if you've been on Washington Street recently, you'll know that that work is underway. The milling and resurfacing work is the base course, was just paved last week in between the raindrops. We hope to get some dry weather to do the surface course. Once it's done, we'll be striping it to accommodate bicycles, and it will be a nice new wearing surface. All the bad curb has been replaced and upgraded, and also we have ADA compliant ramps at all the intersections along Washington Street. The work hopefully will be done this summer, weather permitting. Philo in Florida, we just had a meeting with the consultant to upgrade the traffic signals here. It's state motor fuel tax money. The signals will meet current MUTCD standards. We used that term earlier tonight. It's important to meet their standards in doing work. Plus, the signals will accommodate the safe route to school restriping of Florida with bike lanes, and also accommodate the existing bike lanes in the lane reconfiguration on Philo Road. That work will be happening this year. Matthews Avenue. We did the work in-house, and the work is being awarded to a contractor, and this there'll be notice to all property owners. Actually, this is kind of a multi-faceted project. We're doing Church Street between Matthews and Goodwin. That's a chip and seal street, and that will be upgraded to concrete. And this stretch of Matthews all the way to Ellis will be updated with concrete street, curb and gutter, sidewalk ramps. All the aprons, driveway aprons, will be upgraded. And because we had very favorable bids and there's TIF dollars available this year, we're also going to upgrade Beslin Street, Matthews Avenue going west. There's a variety of street resurfacing work to the tune of about $1.4 million that's going to happen this year with local and state motor fuel tax money. Race Street between Elm and California will be updated. And also not only from Elm to California, but even Elm Street North up to Grigg Street. That's part of the Main Street project. Washington Street between Race and Walnut will be milled and resurfaced. Broadway between Illinois and Washington will be milled and resurfaced. Illinois Street between Race and Orchard will be milled and resurfaced. There's also going to be some preservation work done similar to what we did just east of the city building, but this will be largely in the north portion of the city where we have streets that could have their surface rejuvenated or seal coated to preserve those pavements so they don't get to a point like this picture. That's what we're trying to avoid. Race Street in front of the high school. Again, this was all designed in-house, and I can't say enough about how much work we do try to do in-house. I know some comments were made about why do we use consultants. Actually, we try to avoid not using consultants, but this is another example with 100% in-house staff expertise. From Michigan to north of Iowa, we're going to be reconstructing this roadway. Last week, you passed an ordinance that allowed us to ask the school district for permission to seek easements. For example, in this picture, you see on the right-hand or east side of Race Street, there's a light pole that's going to have to be moved behind that sidewalk with the widening that's occurring to accommodate a little bit wider street and parking, and also to accommodate bus drop-off further north in this picture so that they're out of the through traffic lane that really causes congestion, and it's very unsafe during the project. Sidewalks will be upgraded, particularly on the west side. It will be a 6-foot wide sidewalk with all the pedestrian activity that goes on, particularly when schools are starting or leaving at the end of the day. This is state motor fuel tax paying for this project. Airport Road. Yes.
On Race Street, where was that picture taken from?
Michigan, looking north.
It looks so like it's high up with somebody in a tree.
All these pictures
Our GIS?
Our
GIS?
photographer, Mrs. Barb Steele, is our
Yeah.
in-house photographer.
So how did you get that
In
angle?
an aerial bucket truck.
Oh, a bucket truck. Okay. That explains it. Thank you.
Yeah, many of these aerial, I mean, they're literally bird's eye shots, but that's it. To get a good perspective, we get up about 50 feet in the air. Airport Road, this is east of Highway 45. We're finishing the design here. It's taken a long time in seeking easements and right-of-way. I had a very positive meeting today, actually. I didn't even tell you that, but anyway, so we're just about there in securing all the easements and right-of-way. Some of this is in the county, some of this is in the city, so that adds to the diplomacy of how we secure things. Anyway, state motor fuel tax will be used to do this upgrade. This hill that you see here will be lowered by 2 feet. People that have exit the land of subdivision, which is where the bucket truck is situated, you can kind of see the bucket truck in the lower right, in case you didn't know what that was. They have difficulty seeing westbound traffic, particularly if it's going 45, 50 miles an hour, so this will help with safety in the area. This will provide shoulders on the streets. It will be a wider street. Right now, those are 2 10-foot lanes. We'll be doing 11-foot lanes with 4-foot shoulders, so if we do have pedestrians or bicyclists, that will provide a bit more safety because this area is, there's more houses. The traffic volumes are, pushing 2,000 cars a day now. 20, 30 years ago, there was maybe 200 cars a day. So there's a lot of activity on Airport Road here. So this project hopefully will be this fall completion. We'll know better once we get the bids and the award and know the contractor's schedule, however. So I want to cuff that, but we hope this fall the work will be done. Goodwin and Green, we talked about that tonight a little bit. This is the location off to the right. We did secure easements from the Wesley Foundation Church for streetlight poles. On the left-hand side, north side, just tonight we talked about a license agreement from the university. Those center streetlights will be removed. And the signals will be upgraded. We'll be milling, resurfacing the pavements. And we'll be doing some bump outs at the intersection to help with pedestrian crossing. The TCSP is Transportation Community system preservation program. It's a federal grant, kind of an obscure federal grant we secured, and state motor fuel tax money will pay the local share. Sewer benefit taxes, where does that money go? Well, $400,000 of it goes towards lining and repairing sewers, and this is a backyard kind of a setup situation, but we have plans throughout the city to do sewer repairs and lining, and it's underground and sometimes out of sight, out of mind, but if you would talk to Brad Bennett, he'd love to share with you a lot of details of how important it is to keep our sewers functioning in the best possible shape. This project, we just awarded a contract for striping and signage, and this is underway. We have 100% grant, Safe Route to School grant money to do this. There's also a lot of bike racks. We have approval from the school district for a variety of schools to put in 125 or so bike racks in the various schools. So we want to promote bicycling, and certainly for school-age children, particularly if they're 5th grade or older in our schools. The master plan we talked about tonight. Airport Road west of US 45. We were successful with the help with Frask International, with the job creation, with the improvements that they're doing there, that we have an economic development program grant from IDOT. It's $1.4 million. This, coupled with TIF dollars that are available to us, will help us reconstruct this road. This road has been very problematic for us. In the lower right, left-hand corner is a hauler that has a business there, and that and other trucks that use this road really take its toll on a road that, again, 30, 40, 100 years ago was a kind of farm-to-market type of road, and we've had a lot of issues with it. So we do want to upgrade the road. And with the Frasca expansion, we were able to capture some IDOT dollars. To do that, we will be touching the intersection of US 45 and Airport Road 2 to upgrade that intersection. So this is a project we hope to have completed in 2015. And I'm going to stop. And we have a lot of work going on, as you can see. These are the big projects. And I'm very proud of our staff and the work Gail and others are doing, and it impacts really lots of divisions in Public Works, Arbor, Operations, because there's a lot of coordination that's necessary to do all this. So there'll be a lot of street work going on in town, and there'll be a lot of, unfortunately, dust that goes with that. We will try to minimize those things. We'll work to the best of our ability with property owners that may have impacts to driveways, et cetera. We're cognizant of that, and we do want to work with people. But when it's done, this is going to be great to upgrade streets like Race and Airport and Maine and Washington. The list goes on.
Questions for Bill? Dennis.
Really, just to thank you, Bill. We've been hoping to see the improvements on East Airport Road for quite a few years. There was a fatality there, and it partly was because of the lack of visibility and the rise in the hill. We did solve the visibility problem by installing a street light, and that was good. That was good partnership with the powers that be. But now we are going to level that hill, and that really is a dangerous spot. And it doesn't look like it so much, but when you're driving it, it is. And it's a straight shot. A lot of people go pretty fast on that. That'll be very exciting to see in the coming year.
Okay. Yes, Diane.
Just a couple. One is, I think the UC2B grant ends September 30th, and whatever costs are involved with that are going to get shifted to the various parties. Are those costs going to land in Public Works, or do you anticipate any additional expenses related to UC2B after the September 30th?
Well, what I spoke about tonight was just the big rings, that project in our right-of-way. Now we're into that fiber to the home project, which is underway. And I can't speak tonight, unless Mr. DeJarnette has an answer, but I can't speak to any leftover dollars, not knowing that the fiber to the home project isn't completed yet. So, but I do know that our portion, came in, within budget, and but I'm not aware of any dollars reverting back to the city.
I think it's time we have an update on UC2B, period. But anyway, my other question was, there's $250,000 in the budget for Urbana townhomes. Is that still Is that still your best estimate, and do you have a time on when that demolition might start?
I hate to pass the buck, but the Community Development Department is managing that project, and so I know the demolition and whatnot is within their control. We're not managing that particular project, so I can't speak to it, but I do know that there's dollars, identified in the capital improvement plan to provide dollars available for the demolition.
Okay, thanks.
I'm going to ask Gail then to get more into the detail.
Mr. Brown?
Oh, sure.
Yeah, I just want to say thanks for Race Street, too. That's probably the street I've had the most complaints about, and I think that'll be really nice. And great photography, by the way. I did have one question I saw in there. There was I think it was 2015, scheduled for North Broadway Street, south of Crystal Lake Pool, to be replaced by concrete. And I wondered how we go about deciding whether a brick street's going to be replaced by concrete. Can you remind me how that works?
Yes. By council ordinance years ago, we are to preserve brick streets. Okay. If there is a conversion from brick to something else, that's a city council decision, and at the appropriate time, we would bring to you the cost comparisons of what to do. Now, many years ago, we did do some brick repair work on Broadway Avenue. It's settled, heaved, what have you, over time, and in defense of bricks, that street's been that way for many decades. Okay, but we do have to address it in some fashion, and if we're going to change from brick to something else, then that's a discussion staff will have to have with council, and only council can make that decision if we're not going to replace with brick.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, I wasn't specifically complaining about that particular one. I know a couple of people that live there, and they would probably be happy that it was going to be concrete, and it does get a lot of heavy bus traffic there. But I guess you answered my question. We would approve anything before it happens. So in other neighborhoods, I know people would lie down in front of the truck before they would give up to concrete.
Yeah. Okay. Any other questions? Now, is there a? I don't think we. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Jameson. Yes.
Don't let me talk.
Yes. Yes.
No, not at all.
Yes.
Well, Bill covered a lot of the major projects that we're working on and are incorporated within the CIP and are folded into the various funds that he mentioned with those. So I'm not going to probably go into a lot of detail with those projects, but in deference to the existing council members who have suffered through this presentation in the past at 11 o'clock at night, would like to, I know, but early tonight, I'd like to take the opportunity just to walk through the booklet that we provided in the packet for the benefit of the new council members and kind of go over what each one of the sections in the booklet are, and then I can go into some specific details and that I want to cover about each one of the individual funds. If you've got your little booklet that came in the packet, we've got our memo, which goes into a lot of detail right in the front of the booklet, and I'll be going through some of that detail after I go through the general booklet. Right behind that memo, we have the resolution that was approved back in 87 and 88, which initiated the capital improvement process in the city. It defined policies. It was adopted after many, many years of reviewing infrastructure and looking at the needs and coming up with the cost and coming up with the process. And this was the approval of the very first capital improvement plan. After that, all that work was done. This is the adopting resolution that did that. And right following that is the resolution, which would basically approve this plan, which is required in the original ordinance for annual updates. So this would be approving this particular annual update of the plan. Following that, we have the table of contents, which is pretty much self-explanatory. The first section that we have in here is the capital improvement plan project list. And this lists specific projects that are going to happen, and we only include 2 years. We include this upcoming fiscal year and the following fiscal year. Once you get out past 3 years, there's enough change within the plan that we don't really want to show a lot of detail. So we show the next 2 years so that you get a sense for projects proposed over the next couple of years, the elemental cost elements, where it's allocated with whether it's street maintenance or whether it's sewers or storm sewer or what. And then over on the opposite side, you look at revenue sources, which talk about which funds the money come out of to do that particular work. And then we have some miscellaneous funds. When you have TIF funds or MVPS funds, which is your motor vehicle parking system funds, or whether you have Illinois Jobs Now funds on projects, or ITEP funds, which is Illinois Transportation Enhancement Project funds. When you have those funds in the project, they're listed as miscellaneous fund types. I apologize for the small print, but I tried to cram a lot on pages, and we're working on trying to get the fonts bigger and be able to get all the information in and read this. We actually converted this from an Access format to an Excel format so that I was able to work on it, not somebody else who knew Access. So there's some shortcomings, but it lists all the projects. I think, I'm pretty sure that all the projects are listed for the 13, 14, or 14, 15 years will match exactly with the capital improvement plan cash flow, which is the next section that we would get into. The next section on the cash flow lists all the different funds that we have. We have the sewer benefit tax fund. We have the stormwater utility fund, which is a new fund which would be established with expenditures in the first year. We have the state motor fuel tax fund. We have the local motor fuel tax fund, and we previous to last year we had to kind of had the local motor fuel tax lumped in with the state motor fuel tax, and because the Direction Council gave us on trying to use the local funds for local street improvements, we separated those out so it's a little easier to define projects. Then we have the capital replacement and improvement fund, which is we list is the part of the fund that's funded out of the general fund contributions. The other funds are pretty much either state funded or enterprise funded. And then on the last two sheets, we actually look at the tax increment financing districts. There are 4 of those, and we show only those capital projects that we're managing in those funds. There's a lot of other expenditures in our funds, but we don't show anything but what we manage as a capital improvement out of those funds. You see such things as the boneyard or the Main Street project, where we're using TIF funds to spend for the Main Street improvements. We also have the community development block grant funds. This is where HUD funds or community development CDBG funds are allocated to do capital improvements, and we show those in here. In there you'll see $250,000 towards Northwest Urbana streetlight replacement. That was part of the budget amendment where we allocated funds that are in A09 for the demolition of the townhomes. So that $250,000 was to replace the A09 funds that went to the townhome demolition. And then we have the MVPS parking system, and we talk about parking lot lighting, parking lot improvement funds, and that's where those funds are designated. If the first several funds were the enterprise funds, the sewer benefit tax, and the stormwater utility, and all the motor fuel tax funds. Basically, we include the 11-12 year, which is the past year. Those are the expenditures. We know what they were, and so the bottom line at the end of that year, which is the starting fund balance for the 12-13 year, which is currently in progress, so we don't know all the final numbers for there, basically match what's in the budget for the fund balance at the end of 11-12 and coming into 12-13. And we'll do the same. You do the same thing every year, is make sure that fund balance balances out. And Bill DeJarnette was very diligent in making sure I caught all the rounding errors and got all the numbers in there right to make that happen. So the cash flows incorporate all these projects that Bill talked about, a lot of other things, and there's a myriad of things in there. We tried to make the cash flows in the past, in the previous CIPs, we showed some big red numbers because we projected what projects we really needed or thought needed to be done based on pavement ratings and needs, and we ended up some humongous negative balances with no real sources of revenue to offset them. It was a little unrealistic. So this year we went back to looking at, okay, let's project what we can do with the funds available, at least for the 2 years, and then after the 2 years we will allocate funds generally, and then next year we'll update the next more detail for the following year. So that's what we went to in here. You see a couple of red numbers in here, but they're pretty small numbers, and generally those will go away based upon what we spend on projects. Some more, some less when we do the final allocation. So, and I'll get into some more detailed things on that. The next section in there is the City of Urbana street ratings. Now this looks a little different than what we did in the last year's CIP. Craig Schonkweiler did a lot of work going over every street in the city and re-rating and looking at the streets and adding some components to the ratings that were very important that weren't included in the previous ratings. And we also put in some abbreviations and rating information and maybe explain some of this a little bit better as we're going through the process. When you look at the ratings, there are 3 items that really make up the brunt of the street conditions. That's the surface condition, the foundation condition, and drainage issues with that street. And those are what get the rating, that wide range of rating numbers. Rate those 3 particular items from 0 to 9. And so if you see over here and you look at the ratings and somebody's got a surface condition rating of 2, you know that's very poor. If it's got a surface rating of 0, it's already failed, and that's a reconstruction process. So then we looked at the traffic volume points. That is basically to classify whether it's a collector or a local street, and if it gets a high number of ADT, it's a collector or an arterial, and so it gets 0 points, which moves it further down in the rating. If it's or up in the ratings, because the lower the number, the worse condition the street is in the ratings here. We looked at on-road bike facility points. If it's shown in the master plan to have bike facilities, we would, on any part of the street, it gets a 0. If there's no bike facility, it gets 1, which would move it down in the rankings, make it less. And then one very important thing that was never included, and we haven't figured out a way to bank on that, is whether it's a bus route or not. Buses do a lot of damage to our streets, and so we want, if it's a bus route, we want it to move up in the system. If it's not a bus route, we want it to move down in the system. So the 0 moves it up and the 1 moves it down in our rating system. And so basically, if you take a look at the ratings on the next page, Ray Street, Michigan Avenue to Washington, that's one that's being reconstructed. That's the one that's being done right now in front of by the high school. It got a total points of 6, but you see it look surface condition, foundation, and all those were 2s and 0s across theirs. Airport Road, Captivia to east of Somerset, as Bill mentioned, that's the design is done. We'll be doing that this summer. It has a rating of 8, total rating of 8. But again, looking at the first 3 items, the surface and the foundation condition, they're very, very low. So that drives it up when those, up in the system when those are very low. And so you can take a look at down there. Some of these, Broadway Avenue south of Franklin to Oakland, that's the brick reconstruction. It's got a 10, so it's up high on our list too. So we look at these to see where they're at on the system. Now, there are a lot of things that change priorities. Development changes priorities sometimes. Sometimes other priorities change the priority ratings. But if you took a look at basically the condition of the street and when it should be repaired, this is kind of the ranking of that. This is done. We probably won't do it every year, but we'll be doing it every other year because of the sheer volume of the number of streets we have to drive. So that'll be done every year. And then following that,
Gail?
Yeah.
Quick, sorry, over here. Yeah. I guess now that I understand this a little more, I'm surprised you do the bus route as only 1 point. It strikes me that, buses have a huge impact. I bicycle a couple of their routes regularly, and and they're some of the worst streets, especially in Champaign. I'm thinking, is it White Street? I think that's in just, it's in incredibly bad shape. Shouldn't the bus?
No bus route gets 1 point.
Uh-huh.
Bus routes get 0 points.
Okay.
Now, if we give them a negative number,
Yeah,
we can
okay.
make it. If it's a bus route, it gets 0 points. If it's not a bus route, it gets 1 point, which moves it down one notch on the system. That's just one factor. Probably the primary factors in the street ratings are the first three items: the foundation, the surface, and the drainage. If those are driving it up to the top, the bus route, we want a non-bus route to take a bus route to take preference over a non-bus route is all we want.
So you're already capturing the damage.
Yeah, we're capturing the damage in the first three items, and this just gives a bus route a priority over a non-bus route because of the extra traffic on it. So, and that works on it whether it's a local street or a arterial or a collector also. And then we have a series of maps included in the back, and I don't know whether you've had a chance to digest all of those. The first three are construction maps of what's going on. The first one is what we completed in 11-12, or last construction season 12. The second one is what's going on right now in 12-13, and it's a pictorial depiction of what's listed in the cash flow for those particular fiscal years. And then the last one is what we're proposing to do in the next fiscal year, next construction season in 14, which will be next summer. Then we look at specific types of projects. Figure A talks about proposed sewer projects next year. And they're shown as the green, and while in the next 5 years and 10 years, they're shown in different colors there. And then Figure B is basically what's been completed prior to this CIP. Figure C is a projected 11-year major street patching, resurfacing, reconstruction. It includes all of basically the roadway components: traffic signals, bridges, curb and gutter replacement, and its legend. It shows where they're at within the community, and when they're going to happen within 1 to 5 years or 6 to 10 years on the map by the color coding. If you have any questions, just yell at me, because I'll keep my head down and keep going unless you stop me. Then Figure D looks at traffic signals for collectors and streets and bridges, bridge replacement, and you see a lot of bridges along the Boneyard, and we're constantly doing work on those bridges as they're old and they deteriorate, and so we got those scheduled. The next map is your street lighting that is scheduled and shows the various years when things are occurring. You see the Northwest Urbana street light replacement, which is going on right now for 13. We've got a big area on campus which has the old series street lighting, which we need to replace, and we're looking at $1.8 million. It's been scheduled for quite a while to do that, and we've been putting Band-Aids on it, keeping it together until we can actually get the funding to do it. And then we've got some major arterial street lighting replacements as shown on there also. And we would like to do, all in any unlit areas, we'd like to do intersection, at least a minimum of intersection lighting improvements in all of the unlit areas. And then we've got a lot of areas that are already lit and have good street lighting systems and when they're replaced. Figure F is just existing street surfaces for information. And if you want to look at a particular street and what surface it is, we've got all the different street surfaces existing on those streets. If we would change the brick to concrete, then that would change on this map at that point in time. Figure G shows the bike facilities that we have, and we have existing and proposed for the various time frames, 0 to 5 years, 6 to 10 years, and 10 years out within the facility. This is consistent with the bike master plan as it exists now. If we update the bike master plan and some of that changes, then this would change accordingly. Figure H is again sidewalks. We've got a lot of areas where we need to put some sidewalks in to complete some segments of sidewalk. We've got sidewalks that we constantly maintain and operations replaces where we have problems, issues. We've got our brick sidewalk areas that we have to maintain those brick sidewalks, and so we project an annual project or funding for annually for that type of work, and try and put together a project every couple of years for brick sidewalks and concrete sidewalks. Kind of accumulate the funds to do bigger projects so we get some economy of scale, and try and focus in a neighborhood rather than here willy-nilly all over town. The next figure on page 34, figure I, is basically the Brick Street program, and you can see we have some areas which are designated as you're allowed to replace the sidewalks with the property owners, with concrete with the property owners agreement. Some areas where it has to be brick unless the council would decide that it could go to concrete, and so we've got those areas, and we coordinate our brick sidewalk programs in conjunction with this map and city policy. Figure J shows the downtown parking lots and where they're being resurfaced and when they're proposed for resurfacing out in the future. We've got some scheduled for 2014, which should be next construction season. We have money allocated in MVPS to do those. And Bill informed me today we've got some parking lot improvements we're going to have to do with some of them funds too also. So that's included. The parking deck is included in those funding allocations. Figure K looks at annexations and when they occurred up through the 95 to present, so you can look at how the city's grown over the years for information. And Figure L looks at the TIF districts and enterprise zone boundaries. And I think the one up north just changed, and it's probably not reflected on this map since we put the map together before that happened. So there's a lot of information on those maps that you can look at your leisure. And if you have any questions now, as I went through this kind of hurriedly, I'd be happy to answer them. And then if there's no questions, I can go into specifics that are covered in the memo and I want to point out. So,
Mr. Smythe.
Yeah, thanks, Gail. I see some changes from past ones, and actually read it pretty carefully and was well written. Thank you. The stormwater utility fee on page 3. You show a transfer to the general fund. I assume those are the same kinds of things from like in the sewer benefit fund where you cover, there's a VERF transfer and things that are directly related to maintaining the stormwater sewer system. So we're doing the same sort of thing. Okay, so I understand that. Okay, quick question. Page, the cash flow projections, there's no page number here. It's, page 15, page 15. Okay. Revenue funds available, University District pedestrian, bicycle, and street lighting improvement. It says motor vehicle parking system. I'm a little, what?
We've always allocated a portion of the replacement of the Series street lights and the Oregon and Gregory road diets to MVPS to paying for a portion of that. In the past, the university has contributed to some of that, but I don't think that's going to happen.
That was my question is,
I
realize, so the meters and stuff in there are going to pay for the improvements. That makes sense. Shouldn't we ask the university for some help with this? Or maybe they can provide some, maybe there's some supplemental lighting in places that, or in conjunction with certain of their buildings. It seems to me that we might have a better project if they participate in some way and put a little bit of skin on in the game.
Bill and those questions because he's had the latest conversations with the university staff.
We can always ask.
Well, I would encourage us to, in the sense that if there's a combination of street and building lighting, that would result in, a more appropriate and uniform situation. I don't want to turn night into day, but at the same time, we don't want to create pockets of dark or glare and so on where there's transition issues that would make it easier or harder for things to go on. So it's more trying to get appropriate levels of lighting with, my favorite LED and stuff that doesn't pollute the night sky and all that sort of thing. So, anything we can do in conjunction with the university to improve the whole area, not just our streets, that's where I'm going with that.
Some council members may recall, but the cities and the university did do a major identification study of a unified lighting look on campus, and it's basically a white light type of look. And over time, the cities and the university will replace street lights or sidewalk lighting, pedestrian lighting under their jurisdiction, under their control. So we have a plan in place. It may take years to implement. We successfully negotiated a vendor to provide lighting components at a favorable pricing over a period of time. Some of us have taken advantage of that to some degree, but for the most part, we've been struggling to some degree in replacing the remaining series lighting that's west of Lincoln Avenue.
Ms. Ammons, did you have a comment?
No, I'd like to move approval of the 2013 capital improvement plan to the full city council. No, I don't.
I'd like to make a motion to send the 2013 capital improvement plan update to the city council, full city council, for next week.
Second? Okay. With no further, yes, Mr. Smythe has a comment.
Well, I had one discussion item I wanted to throw out, and I had sent Bill and Gail a question this morning, basically saying that, I don't know if you noticed that there's a plan in here for Windsor Avenue, which we have to get done. $6 million, we'd pay for it out of monies that we're getting from the stormwater, instead of having to do transfers from regular city general fund into stormwater. We'll now have some of that money freed up. Some of that money has been identified as a way to pay back a bond issue to pay for Windsor Avenue. I think that's a great idea, but we have a number of streets, maybe some other big projects that we probably should tackle. And I asked them, what are those other projects out there that if we don't get them done sooner as opposed to later are going to come back and bite us with much bigger costs? And so I would propose that we try to identify those and look at taking out a bigger bond issue to help pay for those additional road projects that need to get done in the next few years. And simply extend the bond. And, the bond payment is projected to be a 15-year bond payment. Well, what if we did it for 20 years instead and got a few more roads done that really need to be gotten done? And so Bill and Gail can probably address what some of those really high priority items are that were in the capital improvement plan last year, but because they generated such big negative numbers are no longer in here. So they sent me a couple. I'll let them speak to it.
Well, this is not a specific recommendation, but examples of other roads that need significant work include streets like Springfield Avenue from McCullough to Lincoln Avenue, North Broadway Avenue, Brick Street. We need to address that. That's in rough shape. Florida Street, Florida Avenue, Lincoln to Race, Green Street, Race to Lincoln. Those are some arterial collector type streets, lots of traffic volume. They're 50, 60 years old. We've done various maintenance work on them, but the base in particular, they're just worn out and need to be reconstructed. There's a certain life everything has, unfortunately, these are kind of coming to roost more or less within the same time frame. So I think the intent of Councilmember Smythe's thought here is, if we're going to do a bond issue in a certain dollar amount, staff, the comptroller, the mayor, we would need to sit down and look at, other dollar amounts. Do we want to do potentially an 8 or 10 or some other $1 million amount of bond issue? What would that impact be? How would the debt service work? What other impacts might there be? So we heard the idea today. We don't have any specifics today, but we do know that there are some roads where John Collins' crews are spending more time we'd like to spend time on because of their condition, and get to some more productive road work. So that's a thought, something we can consider in the coming weeks and months ahead.
So, yes, Mayor Pressley.
Yeah, I wanted a clarification on Windsor Road. You were talking about from Philo to Race.
Yes.
What about from Race west? Isn't the whole thing a problem?
No, I actually, the concrete portion, the portion in question is about 400 feet west of Ray Street or so.
Okay, but after that,
we don't have any reconstruction or major work scheduled or
okay.
slated.
I mean, have you just divided the project into segments then? Because isn't that concrete problem cover the entire road?
It ends 400 feet west of Ray Street.
It's asphalt.
Oh,
it's asphalt west of Ray
okay.
Street.
So was it done in sections, and this was just one part of it that was concrete that deteriorated, and the rest of it is okay? So
Correct.
Champaign never had to do a reconstruction based on this same
Actually,
problem?
that was a county highway at one time. So the portion across campus west of Race to First Street, that was a county highway at one time.
Right.
Champaign had to do a similar project. They basically patched almost 100% of it between First and Neal Street.
Okay, so it was
No,
like
it
3
should've been
separate
reconstructed.
sections?
Yeah.
Okay.
But they had the same issue in their section of concrete from First to Neal, but they chose to patch about 98% of it rather than just reconstruct.
And then on the sewer, the storm sewer fee and the general fund, it was supposed to save the general fund $800,000, and it says in your report that there was a motion by the council to give another $500,000. So, are you taking away all the benefit of $800,000 to the general fund now?
It was my understanding, based on what I heard from the council discussion, was that because the sewer stormwater utility fee relieved approximately $800,000 in cost to the general fund, because it would now pick that up, that there was a discussion at the council meeting that you would allocate more funds to 809 to be able to get more street work done, and that was up to $500,000. I think there was $250,000 to go to reserves, and the remainder would go to social service funding. That was kind of my
that was done before we got this bill passed through the legislature last year. So I think that needs to be relooked at, and I think we should keep this in committee until we look at the whole budget.
If that doesn't occur, then Windsor Road, 809 cannot afford the money.
Sure, but I think we got a lot of competing interests here. So, we can't really go with a motion that was made by the council before disaster struck.
Right.
So I would strongly suggest that we just keep it in committee until we have looked at the entire picture.
It's our intention.
Now, we do have a motion on the floor to pass this to full council with a recommendation for approval. So it should, okay, which is a capital improvement plan update. So, so that motion is not in contradiction with your remarks.
I think it is, because you have those numbers in the
Okay.
report. So that's why I'm suggesting that
Right.
perhaps this is,
Yeah.
using some outdated policy decision by the council before the world changed.
So are you, so you're recommending?
I don't make a motion, but I'm just trying to.
No, but you're
yeah.
commenting on the motion, and okay, so yes, Mr.
I guess
Brown.
I just have a question whether it's, it's a capital improvement plan, so is this a plan that's flexible, or is this a plan that is more like a budget?
It's a very flexible plan.
So if we send it to council for approval, we wouldn't necessarily be saying this is what it's gonna be.
Yeah,
Why would
so
you do it if it's not decided?
Other thoughts on that? Charlie, could you take the chair for a minute?
Sure.
I'd like to comment. So it's true that this is essentially it's a resolution saying you guys did a good job. And it doesn't necessarily mean that the dollars are going to be spent exactly that way. It's not at the level of an appropriation. On the other hand, I guess that I would agree that if there's substantial aspects of this that should be rethought in the context of the new fiscal realities, that maybe it would be a good idea to hold it in committee and I don't know how, but maybe if I could ask the mayor, how long do you think it's going to take for us to get to get a good grip on the new financial constraints?
Well, we have a deadline from when we're going to pass the budget, so I think that's what we're talking about. We're talking about June.
So yes, Diane.
Well, why don't we pass the plan and take another look at the language that we passed related to the stormwater utility fee? I mean, that's the issue here, right?
So, yes, Harold.
I actually, and I don't want to withdraw the motion, so I'm going to ask for an actual vote on the motion because I think we should pass the plan. And the budget actually may have to be adjusted in many areas coming in the next few months.
Yeah.
So I don't think the plan should be held up necessarily, but that we're going to review all the line items at some point to see how it's going to impact the city.
Thank you.
So I like to call the question on this issue.
Okay.
And once the question is called, you actually
No
more discussion is after that.
I don't think that's true, but
Oh, actually it is.
That's actually true?
Yes.
Okay. So we don't vote, so we must vote on the question, or do
You
we
do.
vote on
Yeah, we
calling
do.
the
You
question?
vote on calling the question.
We must vote on the question, okay. Okay, all in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Okay. Okay, motion is passed.
May I, a quick comment, there's a lot of detail in the memo, and as you read through that memo, if you have questions, please give me a call, and I'll try and answer your questions as you go through the memo.
Thank you.
Okay. Ordinance number 2013-05-049, ordinance amending Urbana City Code, Chapter 3, Section 3-41, adding a Class K liquor license. I believe that's the mayor's.
Yeah.
Oh.
About a budget review.
Are you
Oh.
going to do their budget first?
Oh, yes. I'm sorry. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. Okay. Okay, I apologize. Budget review. Presentations. Public Works.
Sure. I'll be pretty brief here. Basically, the budget for fiscal year 13-14 before you is a status quo budget. What I mean by that is we're going to maintain current levels of service and all the activities that we do. New council members are receiving kind of a list of the services that Public Works provides, which is numerous. So we will continue to perform those at the level of service they're currently doing it. I will say that we have, at this point in time, knowing the budget constraints that we're under with information we've received here in the last few weeks and months, we've not filled certain positions in Public Works Department. Effectively, we are down 2.5 full-time equivalents in our department, pending budget discussions and whatnot. So I just want to let you know that we're trying to hold the budget, conserve our costs, and hence in a not fill certain positions. So there's like 3 positions that we're currently not filling. What I did want to show is over the last year or two, there's been a variety of questions to what is the status of a variety of things, and what this budget does not fund are these items, and I just want to go through them quickly. Fire Station 1 does have a leaking roof. We do have visqueen and buckets, and firefighters run between raindrops. We need to replace the roof. That's an $80,000 expense that's not budgeted. For those council members that were on a tour last year, we toured the Landscape Recycling Center employee office. We're not addressing the employee conditions office out at the Landscape Recycling Center. At Public Works at 706 Glover Street, we have some storage shelters and bins. Facilities are falling apart, and John tells me there's not much more bubble gum and duct tape that can keep them going. So there's some that we're going to have to remove. And this is to store whether it's asphalt material or stone material or material that's going to go to a landfill that we store in these bins. But there's some, we need to address some bins at the far east end of our site. We've identified overhead heat exchangers where the exchangers themselves are cracked. Potentially we have a problem if we leave them unrepaired, unreplaced. They go about $5,000 a piece, so there's a need to replace some heat exchangers to heat some of our facilities. We've talked about a space needs assessment, and this is just a placeholder number. I don't know if it's $80,000 or $180,000, but I'm just saying $100,000 is a ballpark number to do a needs assessment for all the departments here in this building. Public Works did do a space needs assessment many years ago. Generally, it's pretty relevant. It might need to be slightly updated, but we'd sure like to do a master plan to know where we need to go in the years ahead, and try to come up with ideas as to how we could fund such a project. So those are things, large ticket items that are not being addressed in this upcoming fiscal year. There's a lot of interest in sustainability projects, capital action plan. We do not have a funding source for items such as these. These are part of the implementation that's under Scott Tess's responsibilities. I just want everyone to know that these are some ideas that we've had that we don't have a funding source identified. So we will continue to make progress as we can in the area of sustainability and climate action plan. There's a lot of work and study that still needs to be done with water conservation and energy conservation, but to really start to get into the meat of some things that we could do, things will just, these sorts of types of programs will be put on hold. So that's really all I wanted to say this evening, and be happy to answer any questions in the operations. Oh, in the operating budget, incidentally, Public Works is over a $10 million operating budget. So that's all divisions, all funds. It's over $10 million is what we manage. And that excludes the capital improvement projects we talked about just a minute ago. So it's a large budget, and we have fine division heads that are responsible for those projects and programs.
Yes, Mr. Smythe.
Bill, I hate to ask this in public, but what positions are left open?
There's one administrative assistant that was promoted to another department, and we have a vacancy there. There's an equipment operator, there's a vacancy there, and there's a half-time fleet position that's vacant.
Any other comments or questions, Mayor Pressing?
I just want to say that I get a lot of favorable comments from the public on how Public Works is conducted, so I thank you for that.
Appreciate it, Mayor. Thank you.
Further?
Yeah, I do remember another question. What's our, are we going to be able to do any ramp replacement stuff outside of the individual projects that are already identified?
Every year, Operations Division has a list of such ramp work, and if anyone in the public needs to have an area addressed, particularly if there's persons with a disability that have a barrier in place, we'd like to know about those. We slowly but surely are making all the intersections accessible, but we don't have them all done. So, after the meeting or email or phone call, let us know those locations. But John's crews do ramp work every year.
Are there any other comments or questions? And I don't believe this is an action item, so I think we just thank you for your presentation and your good work. And now we move to ordinance number 2013-05-049, an ordinance amending Urbana City Code Chapter 3, Section 3-41, adding a Class K liquor license. I believe this is Mayor Pressing.
Yeah, we've had...
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
If I may interrupt, being a liquor license holder in the city, I need to recuse myself and leave my seat.
Okay.
Okay, thank you for reminding us of that.
We had inquiries, people selling kegs about a license, and Champaign has one, but Urbana hasn't. So we thought it made sense for Urbana to have one as well. It's not a huge money maker, but it seems to be a sensible step to take. So this is based on Champagne's ordinance.
Okay. Any comments or questions? Yes, Diane.
I just had a question about the form. At the back of the form, one of the questions there is your landlord or the owner of the property aware of this event? I guess what's the purpose of that question?
Because these are a lot of people attending. So it's like if there's a block party or something, we ask people to get permission for something like that.
Well,
so this is like a big event.
But are we requiring these these license holders to
This is
notify?
the Champagne. This is the Champagne form, correct? Jim Simon put it together. I mean, if you don't like that, we could change it, but this is just what Champagne has.
We also added some elements within the draft of the ordinance. The other purpose for some of these elements that I think Dennis identified them as L through N or K through N, I forget which. They also help the police department facilitate, if necessary, some tracking if there are problems. When you have fraternities, sororities, off-campus housing who are sponsoring events with kegs, it's a whole different situation than maybe a block party or somebody's home who's having an event, because it's hard to track who is truly the responsible person, and invariably there will be very likely minors present when keg service is and consumption occurs.
Yeah, Mr. Roberts.
Yeah, and I emailed you all, and I didn't print out my email so I could bring it and discuss it. So I could do this by my memory, but it seemed to me that the ordinance was for the Class K license, the license holder would have to be the person who was selling the beer. and you're saying no. Could you explain that?
Um,
Why would the purchaser need to get the license when they're just buying a product, not
Because they're hosting
distributing it?
an event. It's my understanding the way, at least the way I structured it, and the way Champaign structures it, it's very akin to a special event permit, and the license holder has to come in. Obviously, if a packaged goods store is customarily selling kegs, then they have already the authority to sell kegs. They don't need a special license for a keg. It's the person who's acquiring the keg for use as part of a party or a special event or something of that kind.
So this doesn't have an effect for a packaged liquor salesperson?
Financially, no. The way the ordinance is structured, but you did raise a good point that might be considered. But before I get to that, the financial part, the fee, $25 or whatever it is, the council decides to charge, is on the purchaser. They come in, they apply, it's for a single event to buy, a keg license, so they can acquire kegs and serve from the kegs.
And who are they coming to apply for a keg license?
The city.
So if you're going to throw a party and you have to come to the city to get this is
Keg
really
license.
Why shouldn't we be calling it a keg event? Isn't this an event license? Or
You could call it that. One of your comments, which actually I think is an excellent comment, is why does the seller of the keg have to maintain the adult responsibility form? And frankly, I think if the adult responsibility form is completed as part of the license application, when they get the license, they tend to take the license to the vendor from whom they'll purchase the keg or kegs.
to show that they have
show that they have their license.
the right to buy the keg?
Right, the right to buy the keg and then use it.
All right. Because my concern was that, then we're asking the seller to be, in the place of parents.
Actually, the way the ordinance is structured would provide some measure of protection for the seller, because the seller, as any seller of alcohol should be doing, and that is IDing the purchaser, and in this case, getting an ID number, a driver's license number, state ID, whatever the ID number is, to verify that they are over the age of 21. When they sign, whoever keeps the form, when they sign this adult responsibility form, the seller is aware that the purchaser's put on notice that he or she or it, whoever is actually, I guess would be he or she purchasing, who is the adult, has some responsibility for the keg. The purpose, of course, is to try to cut down, in many instances, to cut down the situation where minors say, hey, Fred, you're 21, will you buy us a keg so we can have a party on our off-campus housing? It also, as I say, puts the purchaser on notice of his or her responsibilities, that just buying the keg, it doesn't end there. And of course, if there's an untoward event that occurs at the party or the event at which the keg is present, then the form can be traced back to a responsible adult who took out the keg. And there are other prescriptions within that form, such as not charging any kind of a cover fee, not charging for a cup of beer or however that they choose to serve the beer, because that now becomes the sale of alcohol. And these individuals do not have the authority to sell alcohol. And I think you raised the question, why not a contribution to help pay for the keg?
Right.
You may find minors contributing, which is in essence minors purchasing alcohol.
I see.
Ms. Merlin.
A lot of times they sell cups, not alcohol.
Hmm?
A lot of times at the parties they sell
Well,
cups.
this gets around that, we're just selling cups.
So can you
They
explain?
can sell cups as long as there's no alcohol in them.
Can you explain what paragraph 8 means?
What it means is the person who is hosting the, let's call it an event or the party, is the responsible person. It loosely tracks with my understanding of state law in terms, especially after the Hutzel incident where 3 children died after consuming alcohol, the state statute was amended to make parents, in that case they're typically the owners of the premises, or at least the persons in charge of the premises. This tends to track with that. So if there's an adult who's hosting the party, fraternity, the adults in the fraternity, i.e. somebody, those over 21, hosting the party, they are responsible for what occurs on the premises in connection with the keg.
But it doesn't make the landlord responsible.
It doesn't make the landlord responsible because the landlord may have no involvement whatsoever. You may have a 20-unit building and 3 residents in an apartment decide to throw a big party and buy 6 kegs.
Thank you.
Mr. Brown.
I guess one thing that bothers me a little bit is just the timing of this with all the students gone, and they might be the ones that would have the most input on it. So I don't know, that bothers me, but probably not enough to vote against it. The part in on the adult responsibility form where it says that the purchaser should take reasonable due diligence to assure that kids won't be around, seems like that would kind of prevent the purchasing of a keg for a company picnic. I don't think that's really the intent of it. But
No,
I guess
that wouldn't be the intent, but typically when there's a company picnic and there happens to be a keg there, young children are accompanied by their parents.
the
No
way it
different
says
than when
is
young children go to a
it says
restaurant.
reasonable due diligence to assure that persons under the age of 21 will not be invited or be allowed to be present or in attendance at the event. So I'd still have a problem with that language, I think.
We could adjust that if your concern is children with their parents. In restaurants that serve alcohol, children go to dinner with their parents
Yeah, I
quite
would-
frequently,
yeah.
and parents often purchase
That would be
alcohol.
reasonable, I think. And I guess on Part J of that same form, the nature, purpose, or reason for the event doesn't seem real relevant. I understand maybe the nature part, but, and it seems like from the rest of it, the number of people expected, and it seems like you'd get enough information without asking more of it. It seems like kind of an intrusion to ask the purpose of an event. That's all.
That could be stricken if the council wants, but my intent in the drafting of it to include the purpose of the event is to try to at least create a sense of legitimacy that this is just not going to be a wild, crazy party where somebody's going to bring 15 kegs for 10 people. But if that is of concern to the council, is that a hard and fast view on my part? No, it's asked for by Champaign, and it seemed reasonable, but we're not Champaign.
Yes, Mr. Smith. Yeah, I think we need to ask to me, what the really significant question here is does this have any real effect? What statistics can you show me for Champaign before and after implementation of their keg ordinance?
I think the mayor probably could address that because the mayor requested me to draft this ordinance.
I haven't asked Champaign for any statistics, and I don't know when they passed it. But, as a question of the timing of it, it was just in the last month or so that we got a call to Jolinda, who administers the liquor licenses, about getting a permit for a keg. And we said, well, Urbana doesn't have that. And so then we started saying, well, why don't we have it, and what does Champaign have? So that is a request to the question about timing. But if you something in here that you don't like, we can certainly change it. But I could ask Champaign. Well, we haven't done a study of Champaign.
I think what's relevant here is we need to know if it's had any impact in Champaign. Okay, I mean,
I don't know if
this is so easy to circumvent.
Yeah.
Okay,
well,
if I'm holding a party and I can't get a keg without going through all this rigmarole, I'm going to go buy the equivalent amount of beer in cases at Sam's Club, which is going to be cheaper. I mean, it just doesn't
Okay.
strike me as that has any effect.
Well-
It's just Big Brotherism, and I wish I had Heather here to bounce this off of, because I think this is just absolute nonsense. I just don't see any purpose in this.
Okay.
And
Well,
I think it's just
obviously some
intruding.
people are using it, so that's why they called us. So.
It just doesn't make any sense. And unless you show me that it has some real statistical meaning, it's just so easy to circumvent. Maybe keg sales are down in Champaign and they're now buying all their kegs over here in Urbana. That's something we need to know. I mean, there's all kinds of stuff like that. I think that we need to know.
You could pass it and evaluate it in 18
No,
months or
I
something.
think we need to ask the questions first before we pass something that is meaningless. And like I said, I think it'd be so easy to circumvent this, to go out and buy the equivalent amount of cases of beer. So if me as a homeowner, if I'm going to have an event in my home, I don't want to have to go through this hassle.
Do you buy kegs?
Huh?
Do you buy kegs?
If I had a big enough event, a reception or something, I would buy a keg.
Okay.
Of course, I would prefer to buy cases of good quality beer, but
Okay.
than a cheap keg of beer. But that's me, But I would, it just strikes me as so easy to circumvent that it's meaningless.
Eric?
Yes, Dennis, I'm sorry.
Yeah, and it seems to me that all of our other liquor licenses have to be purchased by the person who's selling the liquor, and to ask the buyer of the liquor to get a license seems very strange to me. And then requiring them to say, well, okay, we're going to have so many people, and it's going to be at a certain time, and we're only going to get 1 keg or 2 kegs. And yes, I think that all those rules apply to any person who buys liquor and uses it at any event. And yes, you're not supposed to be providing liquor to minors, but anybody who calls a complaint and a police come to check are going to check IDs just like they would if they went to a bar. They walk through a bar. So this really seems kind of like creating a new kind of regulation that has to do with burdening people who just want to purchase liquor rather than the person who's responsible for selling the liquor out. Yes, there should be probably understandings that you don't resell the liquor, but I mean, I guess what you're doing is asking for kind of a Boy Scout pledge, and I just don't know if that's really I don't know if that would hold up in court or not.
Well, I don't know if it's going to hold up in court, but if you like, we could see what other cities are doing besides Champaign, see if they think it's an effective ordinance or not.
I've looked at some of the other cities. Evanston obviously has a large university population. They do not have a keg ordinance. Normal, what they do is they just basically wrap the concept of kegs into their definition of alcohol. And so their considerations for kegs are typically found in special events. And of course, a person who has a special event has to get a license. And if they want to serve alcohol at their special event, or they're going to buy it from somebody who sells alcohol, and if they're going to dispense alcohol at their special event, they've got to get a special event license. This might be covered under the special, the temporary liquor license.
Well, I think there are a lot of questions, so how about if I just withdraw this and we'll do a little research and see if it's worthwhile, and if it is, we'll bring it back.
Okay,
If it isn't, we won't bring it back.
Actually, I was going to say that, but I appreciate it, and I support it going to more study.
Okay. Proposal's been withdrawn. We don't have a motion on the floor. Unless there's objection, I'll move to the next item. Okay. So now we move to resolution number 2013-05-025R, a resolution in support of hospitals paying their fair share. We do have one individual who would like to speak to this from the public, Darrell Cruz. Yeah, right. Okay.
Thank you. I'm Darrell Cruz, live at 2007 South George Huff. And the first thing I want to say is thank you for serving the citizens of Urbana. I didn't expect to be here at 11 o'clock tonight to speak to this. I think, I know, and I think that has something, is not advantageous for public input or public viewing on issues like this either. When things run so late also, I think it detracts from the ability of the public to keep their interest and enthusiasm to come and speak. And I think what happens is many times people just get burned out or say, this isn't worth my time. I mean, 4 hours later is a pretty long time to take 5 minutes to speak on an issue, asking whether it'll make a difference or not. I would simply say that Mr. Singer definitely is a smarter man than I am, because he's speaking to the same issue and did that at the beginning, and the issue I'm speaking to happens to be at the end of the agenda. What I would like to say very briefly is that I certainly do not oppose at all the city's efforts to address the issue of the resolution to support the hospitals paying their fair share. And I don't think there are many people in Urbana that are opposed to that at all, because I think it's a very significant issue, not just to Urbana, but as you know, to all the taxing bodies that are in our community. But I am a little troubled by some of the language in the resolution, in particular items whereas 9 and 10. And in talking to other individuals, I think the language is troublesome because the tone is rather abrasive. I think it is in some ways kind of intimidating, because when I read it and saw it, I am reading it as, and I'll read the two whereases and respond to it. The removal of Carl's property from the Urbana's tax base will lead to an 11% higher tax rate. You pass this? Is that what you're saying? Okay, is that there will be an 11%, or do you say, well, really what it is it's 11% of what the tax rate is that we currently collect in terms of property tax? It's important for the community also to know that this $830,000 is 1.5% of last year's budget. It's 1 2/10% of next year's budget, okay? And in light of the budget issues that you faced in the past, it's not an insurmountable amount of money that can be dealt with if we're required to deal with it, okay? And to me, that would mean that you would want to solicit some public input, the possibility of making potential cuts, maybe some budget adjustments, maybe some higher taxes, some combinations of those things. In other words, something maybe thoughtful and reasonable, rather than implying the only outcome here to every taxing body and the citizens and property owners. These people that are sitting here are senior citizens, retired, worried about their sewers. And now they're being told they're going to get an 11% property tax increase because the city might be losing $830,000 without considering the implications of that. I don't know how much public input you've gotten on this whereas, or the next one. And if you haven't gotten much, I'd suggest, because it hasn't been publicized, it's late at night, and most people aren't following it, but I think they would be very, very concerned by the implication. And I would just like to suggest that the City Council change the whereas to read something like this on the last two, and then I'll be done.
You have 1 minute, Mr. Cruz.
Thank you. I can get it done. The removal of Carl's property from Urbana's tax base could lead to significant cuts in programs and services, budget readjustments, and increased higher tax rates. Period. Okay, thank you.
Okay, yes, Mayor Pressing.
I would like to say that there seems to be a little misunderstanding here. I got some emails that say, are you really going to raise taxes? What I am thinking of is that we have a tax levy that we do not want to raise. Now, if we're going to cut back that levy by 11%, that would be a big difficulty for the general fund. So the intent in the resolution was to point out that at existing tax levies, which is dollars, if 11% of the tax base of Urbana is taken away by Carl not paying their taxes, that does indeed raise the rates. And you could say, as Bill Brown has pointed out, it's probably more like a 12% increase in the rate. But I think people should be aware that this is not something that can just be solved by Urbana, the city government, somehow changing its budget. We fought through the recession to try to keep our services. And if we're going to cut our property tax levy by 11% in order to keep the rate down, that still doesn't affect the school district or the park district because they're pretty much entirely based on property taxes, at least from the local money. And I think it is an extremely serious problem for Urbana. And I know that the previous council member who spoke at the beginning seemed to dismiss it, that we could just come to some agreement with Carl. This is not a question of an agreement with Carl. This is a question of what is going to happen to the tax situation in the city, not just city government, but every taxing body that deals with Urbana properties. This is, in fact, a huge rate increase because I do assume that these governments are not going to change their levies. Because to change their levies means that they're not going to be able to provide the level of services that people expect in Urbana. And so I hope I've answered the question about, what happens to the rate. Are we going to raise taxes? No, we're not going to raise taxes. If we just keep our taxes the same, the rates are going to go up. So we do have a choice. Do we want to, as Bill Brown says, do we want to, he says, raise taxes to make up the entire difference rather than choose to do less? Yes, we could choose to do less. And we have dealt with this during the recession, and we chose not to do less. We tried to economize. So I think I'm just trying to point out that this is a huge issue, and some people don't like downward spiral. I think it's important that this is not just a static situation. This is a dynamic situation, that if Urbana's tax rates are 11% higher in a year than they are now, this is detrimental to the city, and it's a series of adjustments that will be made that is what I would call a downward spiral. So that's the reason I asked for a resolution to be passed, and if people want to change some of the wording, that's fine, but this really and truly is a huge issue for our budget.
Okay. Ms. Clark, do we have to do something in order to keep going after 11?
You have to suspend the rules and state how much longer after 11 o'clock you wish to hold.
Okay. So since we're very, very close to 11, I would entertain a motion to suspend the rules or not. Yes, Ms. Ammons.
I would not entertain a motion to suspend the rules. I would ask that the council have, before its next Monday's meeting, special session to continue discussion on the resolution, since there's no agreement currently on the language of it. And that's my motion.
Ms. Marlin, yeah.
Okay.
My motion is to move resolution, I don't know what the number is. If you read the number.
Yes, 2013-05-025R.
Move that resolution to the beginning of our Monday night meeting from this committee of the whole. To continue the committee of the whole next week like we did the previous week.
I'd like to point out that if you want to get a resolution passed, you can't it has to go through the council.
That's
And
correct.
you can't have under our rules, you
Mm-hmm.
can't have a committee meeting before a council meeting.
Okay, so the committee of the whole, if I'm understanding what you're saying
We can be done
Yeah.
in 5 minutes.
If you just want to do it, just change a few words, we could get it done.
Well, we have actually 7 seconds before, or to suspend the
Be like the
rules.
legislature and hold
I move to extend discussion for 5 minutes because I think we can get this done.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded to extend discussion for 5 minutes. In favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Okay, you've got 5 minutes till 11:05. Yes, Ms. Marlin.
I actually passed out a couple of suggested tweaks to this language, and it was in response to some of the council members' concerns. So if you're looking at whereas number 9, which was the first that Mr. Cruz actually referred to, I'm suggesting that we rewrite that to say, whereas the removal of Carl property from Urbana's tax base will lead to higher tax rates and shift Carl's fair share onto all Urbana homeowners and all other businesses in Urbana. And going on to the next whereas higher tax rates will make Urbana less competitive for businesses and residents. And then going on to the last paragraph, now therefore be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Urbana, Champaign County, Illinois, that we support a legislative solution that would require the Carl Foundation Hospital and affiliates to pay its fair share in local property taxes. Specifically, the City Council supports the passage of HB 3634. That's the end. And in explanation, HB 3634 is the piece of legislation that was introduced on Friday by Representative Jacobson to specifically address this issue.
Second.
May I make a suggestion that we add Representative Jacobson after HB 3634?
In parentheses? Or-
Well, just say the passage of HB 3634 as introduced by our state representative Naomi Jacobson.
Sure.
And
So, yes.
And I would also, I think we need to generalize this a little bit. It's not just Carl Foundation Hospital. It would be any hospital.
Pravina?
So-
Well, this is the only one that has done it, and
There's
you
so
know
many
that
fix-
I mean,
fix it,
we're
yeah.
talking about a very specific thing, and so that's the reason I said Carl, because they're the only ones that have done it.
Okay, it's going to have the same effect, okay. I accept the friendly amendment, by the way.
Charlie, could you take a chair?
Sure.
So just to clarify, the legislation has several conditions that make it very specific to Carl. So it states that any hospital whose essentially, it says any hospital that's making a profit. It says any hospital whose income exceeds its expenses by, several percent a year, and who's who's situated in a taxing body that comprises less than 10% of its service base, should not qualify for this tax exemption. And so I don't believe that Pravina is in the same situation, because I don't think they're actually turning a profit in the fashion that Carl actually is, although maybe you know more than that.
I think they are.
Oh, you think they are?
May-
Okay.
Maybe not to that great an extent, but I think that both of these hospitals are very profitable.
But in any case, if they are, then they would be covered also. So that's the nature of the legislation, and we've got 56 seconds to take action on this. Yes, Ms. Ammons.
I think the problem here is not necessarily the resolution itself, but that there's so little actual information. We've not heard or seen, I haven't even seen the House bill. So I don't think enough has been done publicly to educate not only the public but the council on the issue so that we could pass a resolution that makes sense, because it might actually need to include Provena, but we're not at that point yet. And so I'm just,
This is just a resolution.
I mean,
if it's, doesn't,
we
if
only
it
have a few
includes
seconds.
Provena or doesn't include Provena is kind of irrelevant. This is just a statement of sentiment about this particular issue.
And
we
I'm,
could write
I'm
another one
suggesting that the
by-
sentiment is, and at this point, the sentiment doesn't necessarily reflect completely the resolve of the
I
council.
would call the question, please.
I'll suspend the time clock. We're actually 10 seconds over, but since the question's been called, I'll permit a vote unless somebody challenges the legality of that. And so, in favor of the resolution as amended by Councilwoman Marlin, would please signify by saying aye.
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 Okay. Nay?
Nay.
I'm actually going to join the nays also because I don't think enough thought's been given into the wording. But it looks to me as though the ayes have passed. So the resolution passes.
Okay, thank you, and we'll get you a copy of Naomi's proposal.